Hello. Today we're going to do the poem Freedom by Rabindranath Tagore. Right? So, Freedom is a typical Rabindranath Tagore poem in which the speaker defines the nature of the freedom he wishes his motherland to win. Now, India, the motherland, our motherland, has been under colonial rule. Right? So, what exactly is the type of freedom that the poet wishes India to win? Now, there are, hello, today I want to go over the poem Freedom by the poet laureate of India, that is the poet who wrote our national anthem, Rabindranath Tagore. Right? Tagore was one of the great freedom fighters, and he lived during the time of independence, right? So here in this poem, the poet specifies what sort of freedom he wishes the country to achieve, right? Now, freedom from the British was attained, right? We obtained freedom from the British, but there is another type of freedom which is inward, within the person, within an individual, that the poet wishes to attain. He wishes all Indians to attain personal freedom, right? Now, what does this personal freedom consist of? That is what is, depicted in the poem. We obtained freedom from political power, but have we obtained freedom at an individual level? We as Indians, are we really free? And if we are not free, what exactly is it that is binding us, that is holding us down, that is stopping us from achieving our maximum potential, right? So, what exactly is the nature of freedom that the poet wishes India, or rather Indians as individuals, to attain, right? And so we'll read the poem. The poet says, freedom from fear is the freedom I claim for you, my motherland. Right? So, what is stopping us? What is hindering us? What is, keeping us down? It is the emotion, it is the feeling of fear. Right? Now, fear is a barrier. Right? Now, whenever we try to achieve something, whenever we try to um, do something even, right? We are beset with doubts. Can I do it? What will the other people think? And so on and so forth. There are any number of, associated ideas when we try to act, when we try to achieve something, right? So, what exactly is the type of freedom that the poet wishes Indians as individuals to attain? It is the freedom from fear, right? So we must be confident whenever we try to achieve something, right? 90% of our personality should consist of confidence. The other 10%, we should not say we'll be totally confident about what we're going to achieve, because that would be overconfidence, right? So we must have a certain amount of doubt in our minds. Okay, that doubt will help us to progress. Okay, so can I really achieve it? What is coming in the way? Looking at all those factors, right? Confidence plus a certain amount of minimal fear or anxiety about what to do, right? That is what the poet wishes us Indians to achieve, right? So the poet continues to explain the nature of fear, how it holds us down. He says, fear, the phantom demon, shaped by your own distorted dreams, right? So fear is a phantom demon. Fear is a feeling. It is like a phantom. It's like a spirit. Phantoms are ghosts, spirits in the mind, right? They're not real, right? Fear is the phantom demon. It is an emotion, right? It is a feeling. And why does this fear come about? Because of our own distorted dreams. See, if you have a particular thing you want to achieve, you should be pretty clear about it, right? And of course, you will also think about what the obstacles are, right, to achieving what you want to achieve. But if you have any number of dreams, I want to be this, I want to do that, I want to go here, I want to go there, right? If you have a number of dreams, those dreams will be distorted, they'll be twisted. So, because of our own unclear goals, which we have set in our mind, because of our own lack of clarity in our goals, fear enters, right? So, if we want to achieve something, it's a straight line, almost like a straight line. This is point A, beginning, and these are the stops we're going to make, and that will be point B, destination, right? And these are the things that may come in the way, right? It's like taking a journey, right? So you start at a point, you start at a starting point, right? You stop along the way until you reach your destination. So, like that, you can say, I may run out of fuel, something else may happen. So, I have to take care of those factors, right? So, just as you plan a journey, you can plan your the path you want to take in life, right? More or less, it will be the same, right? So, freedom from the burden of ages. Now, the burden of ages. India is a country which is 10,000 years old, maybe more, right? If the Vedas were written 6,000 years ago, that means there must have been thousands of years of civilization before that. Because you can't immediately speak of something like the Vedas immediately. As soon as man becomes civilized, he cannot speak of something like the Vedas. To speak of God, to speak of, so many deities, right, goddesses, and so on and so forth. It's not possible unless you have civilization going on for a long time. So 6,000 plus, let's say 4,000, around 10,000-year-old country. So throughout that period, it has been, as we know, within our living memory, we have been ruled by the British, and before that, we've been ruled by the Mughals, and they have all influenced our culture and our country. So all this is like a burden. So what is the true Indian, true India, right? That is difficult to define. So we must remove the burden of the ages, the influence of many different factors, right? Bending your head. What does the country do? What do the countrymen do? What do the Indians do? They bend their head, right? In humility before foreign powers, right? Bending your head, breaking your back. Now they undertake a lot of toil. Toil means extremely hard work, right? You know that 90% of the country is known as, India is known as the land of villages, right? And the work of the farmer is not easy, right? The work of the farmer is extremely difficult, right? So it is like toil, it's like back-breaking labor. That is what India has been is now, right? It's breaking its back, blinding your eyes into the beckoning call of the future. The future beckons, like it asks us to move forward. It calls us to move forward, tells us to move forward. But what do? We blind our eyes. We do not see our future. We do not see our future as a country. We do not see our future as individuals, right? So, freedom from shackles of slumber, wherewith you fasten yourself to night stillness. So, what is the option? The option is to go to sleep. Sleep is a very pleasurable activity, right? So, instead of going through all these problems, distorted dreams, fear, right? Twisted goals, right? Instead of going through all this, as individuals, we'd prefer to go to sleep, right? But that sleep, while it's pleasurable, it is also addictive, right? So, India as a country, Indians as a people, Indians as individuals, they are sleeping, right? And that sleep is like a shackle. Shackle is like a handcuff, like when you bind your wrist with the handcuff, when the police bind the wrist with the handcuff, it is like that. Slumber is like a shackle, it's like a handcuff, right? So we sleep at night. So at night it's very still. So we prefer to, while away the time instead of working, instead of spending our time fruitfully in some labor, we prefer to postpone it, procrastinate. Postponing means procrastination, right? And we do so many things, right? Mistrusting the star that speaks of truth's adventurous path. So the stars which guide us on our path in life, we mistrust those stars. And when we undertake any path in life, whenever we undertake any journey in life, whenever we try to achieve our own particular goals, it may be like an adventure, right? Certainly, just as you have adventures, when you go through some unknown country, right? Like that, our journey of life may also be like the adventures, right? And that is truth's adventurous path, right? So we base our actions, we base our thoughts, we base our everything, life, on truths. We cannot base them on a lie. For example, you people have to base your facts or your life on the facts of your subjects, right? You cannot base it on something imaginary, right? So the more you find out, the more it becomes like an adventure, right? So in life also, you base your life on truths, and that path which we undertake in life may be adventurous, but at least they'll be dependable, right? It may be adventurous, but it will be dependable. You can rely on that, right? Just as you rely on the facts of your textbook, you can rely on certain other truths, right? To take you through life, right? So, freedom from the anxiety of destiny. Destiny is the future, and everybody is worried what will happen in the future. So, the poet wants us to attain freedom from the anxiety of destiny, whose sails are weakly yielded to blind, uncertain winds. Right? As we sail along life's path, as we sail, right? The winds that blow, the things that may happen, the chance occurrences that may occur, that may happen, right? They are uncertain. They're like the uncertain winds that blow on the ocean that may steer a sailing ship off course. So we may also be blown off course, right? So this journey of life, right? It is uncertain, but we can make it adventurous, right? And the helm we yield to a hard hand, ever rigid, cold as death, right? And certainly, whoever is guiding us, whatever is guiding us, whether it's the stars, whether it's God or something, he will not let up, right? He will not give us respite. He will make us work. He will make us realize our potential through the obstacles he puts up, right? So we must look upon all problems as opportunities, right? If we overcome them, then there lies the treasure, right? So the journey may be uncertain, the winds may blow this side and that, so many things may happen, but we should preserve the true course of our life, right? Freedom from the insult of dwelling in a puppet's world. So, certainly, when we were under the British, we were like puppets. We did whatever we were told. So, the poet wants us to get freedom from that puppet's world where movements are started through brainless wires, right? How do the messages come through brainless? So somebody wants us to, we don't see any meaning in that, but we have to do that, right? Repeated through mindless habits where figures wait with patient obedience for a master of show to be stirred into a moment's mimicry of life. So what do we like? We are like, right? We are like automatons. We are like robots. We don't do anything. What do we wait for? Whom do we wait for? We wait for a leader to come and animate us, right? We cannot do anything on our own, right? So we want someone to lead us. We want someone to guide us. And that activity which results from the direction of the leader is like a moment's imitation of life, right? We are like robots who wish to be guided, right? So, so we want to be free of having a leader. We want to act on our own. We want to be independent, right? So, freedom from all these things is what the poet wishes us to attain in life. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so you see, we're going to continue with the chapter on error identification. Okay, so now we've done some material, we've seen some material on verbs, right? We've seen the tenses, we've seen subject verb agreement, we worked out a quiz on subject verb agreement. Now, as I said, we'll do the next chapter in this topic, which is about articles and prepositions. Right? Articles and prepositions. Now, see, why do we need to know about so many parts of speech? So many parts of speech, right? As you know, there are 8 parts of speech, right? Noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, adjective, preposition, conjunction, and interjection. You know, so when you have a sentence, right? The error can come in any of these parts of speech, right? So that's why we looked at verbs, for example. We've also seen pronouns. We'll go over pronouns once more, right? We'll go over pronouns once more. And you know, now we're looking at prepositions and articles. Okay? So here, as you know, right? First we'll look at articles. As you know, there are 2 types of articles. One is called the definite article, and the second is called the indefinite article, right? So the definite article is the word the or the, right? Pronounced in 2 different ways, the and the. And the indefinite article is one of a or an, right? So now articles, they come under the general category of determiners, right? They come under the general category of determiners. Okay? Okay. So determiners, what do they show? They show the number of a noun. Number of a noun. Now, you know, number means singular or plural, right? And you know, nouns, they can be common nouns, for example. For example, you can say table. Now, number is shown by the S, it's plural, right? Or if it's singular, then it's shown by the determiner, specifically the indefinite article a. So, determiners show number of nouns, right? So we can say a table, a boy, a girl, etc. Now what's the meaning of a here? A means, okay, all of these mean one, right? A means one. Similarly, you know, you have, let's say, here we're looking at how to use an. So we have orange, right? Or ink pot, or umbrella, right? Orange or import or umbrella. Now these are what? These are common nouns. See, table, boy, girl, orange, import, umbrella. They're all common nouns, right? And so, if it's orange, then we'll say and. If it's import, also we'll say and. If it's umbrella, we say and. Now, you notice that we're using a before some words and before others. So what is the main difference between, when do we use a and when do we use and, right? So, see, we have the 26 letters of the alphabet from A to Z, right? And these 26 are divided into, okay, vowels, okay, and consonants, right? So we have vowels and consonants, right? Now here you notice table, boy, girl. These are consonants, right? So before a word beginning with a consonant, we use a. But notice these: orange, import, umbrella. They begin with a vowel, right? They begin with a vowel. Before a word beginning with a vowel, we use and, right? So both a and an show the singular. They are singular, right? Now, here we're looking at the spelling. We're looking at the spelling. Spelling means table, T-A-B-L-E. T is a consonant. Boy, B-O-Y. B is a consonant, etc. We're looking at the spelling. Here also we're looking at the spelling. Orange, O-R-A-N-G-E. Import, I-N-K-P-O-T. Import, right? We're looking at the spelling. But while spelling is a guide, when to use a, when to use an. Spelling is a guide, 99% of the time. The main rule is, when do we choose a and when do we choose an? It should depend on the sound. Sound means a pronunciation. So for example, if I say university, okay? University professor, right? University professor. Now, here you see you have university. So this is a vowel. So according to this rule, you will use an. But notice how you pronounce university. It is actually Y-O-U or Y-U. It is a consonant, right? So it is a university professor, right? So 99% of, okay? The main rule is it should depend on the sound, the way you pronounce it, right? And then we have this honest person, right? Here, honest person. Here you have a consonant H, right? So you might be tempted to use A. But if you listen carefully, you're not saying honest, ha. H is not being pronounced. You're saying honest. So it is a what? A vowel. So we will use an, right? An honest person, right? So this is how you differentiate between a and an, right? Now I'll sum it up, okay? I'll sum it up, okay? A or an are used before singular common nouns, right? To indicate the singular. A or an are used before singular common nouns to indicate one, right? So, and the remaining rule also. A is used before words that begin with consonant sound, and an is used before words that begin with vowel sound. Now, you see, it need not always be a common noun. For example, I can say Okay? Round dining table. Now here you have a couple of adjectives. Okay, round dining table. This is a consonant, so you will use a. Right? A brown dining table. But suppose you have one more adjective. Old browning table. Now this becomes what? This is a vowel, so we will use an. Right? It depends on this word, not on this word. Depends on the number of adjectives or whatever modifier you have here. Right? Okay. So this is about indefinite articles. So that means the definite articles, right? Definite article. Now, okay? So, definite article. Now, if you look at the name of the group, indefinite, definite. Definite means it's specific. Now, I'll just illustrate this. I'll say, go and get a doctor. Go and get a doctor, right? The doctor lives in the next street. I think this is the example given in Brennan Martin. You know, I asked you to purchase that book, Brennan Martin. Okay? I think this is the same example given. Okay? Go and get a doctor. The doctor lives in the next street. Right? Now, here, why do we use a here and why do we use the here? Right? See, go and get a doctor. Okay? You can also look at it like this. You can also look at it like this. A or an in the sense of any. Right? Go and get a doctor means any doctor. But here it becomes definite. Who is the doctor we want? The doctor who lives in the next street. Right? So here, that's why it's called definite. That's why they are called definite and indefinite article. The makes it definite. A or an makes it indefinite. Okay, general. Okay. Now, when do we actually use, definite and indefinite articles? Definite articles rather. So we have, let's say, we use them before nouns, right? We use them before nouns. Nouns can also be grouped under countable and uncountable nouns. So, for example, all the things we saw, all the nouns we saw. For example, apple, was it? Apple, boy, girl. These are all countable nouns, right? So we use, we use a or an. But what about the uncountable? We have air is an uncountable noun, wheat is an uncountable noun, rice. And so we have a number of uncountable. Now, before countable nouns, you can use a, and, or the. An apple, a boy, the apple, the boy. But before uncountable, you cannot use a and an. We have to use only the. Right? So the is used before singular and plural, countable and uncountable. Right? So the is used before all. Right? Singular and plural, countable and uncountable. A or an is only used before countable, singular. Right? So now we look at the exercises, right? We have to do some exercises to know how these groups are used. Did you follow all this? As some of you are late, I told you we're recording it. So just, try to keep quiet, don't talk too much. Okay? So now, these are most of the rules about articles. So now we'll look at prepositions, right? So prepositions, the word preposition is made up of two parts. One is pre. Okay? Pre means before. Pre means before. And position is position. Right? So what is the position of a preposition in a sentence? The position of a preposition in a sentence is before a noun. Before a noun. Right? Nouns, as you know, can come in the beginning or end of a sentence. Ram has a book, the book belongs to Ram. Nouns can come in the beginning or end of a sentence. So, preposition can come in the beginning or end of a sentence before the noun. Right? So here, see, if I say, the cat sat on the mat. The cat sat on the mat. Right? So here you have a noun, mat. So this is an article we just saw. So this will be the preposition. On is the preposition. Now here it's coming at the end. Remember what you call the noun which comes at the end of a sentence called, it's said to be in the objective case. Okay. Cat is said to be in the subjective case, mat is said to be in the objective case. So we have a noun which comes in the objective case. Look before that and you have a preposition. Similarly, you can take another example. The book is in the bag. Right? So again you have a common noun. Before that, if you look, you find in is the preposition. Right? In is the preposition. Now, okay, now as you can see, they have meaning. If I say the book is on the bag, the book is on the bag is different from saying the book is in the bag. Right? So, prepositions are small words. Okay? Usually they consist of single syllables. Right? But they have meaning. If you change the preposition, the meaning will change. Meaning of the sentence will change. Okay, as we saw just now. The book is in the bag, the book is on the bag. So, then this, grouping of preposition into single syllables and multi-syllables. What is a syllable? A syllable is a part of a word. For example, if I say, I have a preposition like extemporization. Now, here we have extemporization. How many syllables is that? 6. Right? So this consists of 6 syllables. Right? Okay. So a syllable is, what you can pronounce in one inhalation and exhalation. That's the actual definition, scientific definition. It is the part of the word you can pronounce in one chest pulse. Chest pulse means inhalation and exhalation. Right? So this word consists of 6 syllables. Right? Now, many prepositions are single syllables. Right? So they are called simple prepositions. Right? So simple prepositions are words like at, in, on, by, do, from, okay? Like this, right? So we have prepositions which are simple, right? They consist of one syllable. Then we have prepositions which are compound. Compound means made up of more than one syllable, right? For example, you have a verb, right? And a verb, and verb, right? And there's a round, right? So these are compound prepositions. Then we have one group, the last group, which is called the phrase preposition. A phrase is a group of words, right? So we have together with, right? Along with, right? In accordance with. So these are phrases. This phrase consists of two words. This also consists of two words. In accordance with. That consists of three words. So we have simple prepositions, compound prepositions, and phrase prepositions. Okay? So this is a grouping or classification of prepositions. Right? Now we look at the meanings of some prepositions. To try to understand the meanings of some very common prepositions. Okay, for that I'll draw, or rather I will try to draw a table, a box, and a ball. Right? So I used to draw when I was young, but now the lines go orange. Okay, so you see, you have a table, you have a box, and you have a ball. We say the ball is in the box, right? Now, if we come from outside to inside, then we say, I put the ball into the box, right? We say the ball is on the table, right? And if it comes from elsewhere onto the surface, we say, I put the ball onto the surface, onto the table, right? Here we say the ball is near the box, near. But here we say the ball is next to the box or beside the box, next to or beside, right? Then we say the ball is under or below the table. Ball is under or below the table. And we say the ball is above or over the table. Right? So these are the meanings of some common prepositions. Now what about some more? See, if you go lengthwise along the road, or a riverbank or a seashore, if you go lengthwise, you're going along. Right? But if you go breadthwise, you're going across. Right? Across. Right? Then you can go around a circle. Right? Or you can go up, or you can come down some stairs, up the stairs, down the stairs, right? And you have, let's say, this is a couple of goalposts, and you put the ball, okay, between, right? Between the goalposts. Between means the middle of two. In the middle of two. But suppose you have a child, right, who's walking, okay, among its friends. In the middle of more than two is among, right? Between is in the middle of two, among is in the middle of more than two, right? Between and among, right? Then, okay, so here, you have behind, the board is behind me, right? Always say the window is in front of me, right? Is in front of, in front of. That's a phrase preposition. Behind is a compound preposition. Behind, right? So we have, a number of prepositions which you can understand from the context. Okay? Let me see. So we start from Bangalore and you go to Mysore, right? So this is from and to. From Bangalore to Mysore, right? From start shows a starting point, right? Starting point means it can be a place like Bangalore, from Bangalore. It can also be a time from 9 a.m. place and time from to. To can also show a place. To Mysore to 6 p.m. Okay, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. something like that. Right? So we have from and to. Right? And then we have what are called troublesome prepositions. Troublesome. So among these we have these two. Beside and besides. Beside and besides. Beside, as we just saw, means by the side of. Right? By the side of. But besides, if you add the S, right? So we can say besides the captain, two other players scored a century. Besides the captain. That means what? Besides means in addition to. In addition to. In addition to the captain, two other players scored a century. Right? And then we have these two. For and since. Right? Now, you say, I've been waiting since 9 p.m. I've been waiting since 9 p.m. Now, okay. So, with the period, okay, so here we have to understand when do we use for, when do we use for, and when do we use since. Now, to know this, you have to know the difference between points of time, okay, points of time and periods of time, points of time and periods of time, right? So what is a point of time? So we have 9 a.m. is a point of time, right? So is Wednesday. Wednesday is also a point of time, right? Then we have 1994. 1994 is a point of time. With points of time, we use since. Been waiting since 9 a.m., since Wednesday, since 1994. But what about periods of time? What are periods of time? You know, we have an English period, French period, and so on and so forth. They are usually, they're taken as this. This is a period of time. Okay? What are the examples of periods of time? So, for example, 1 hour. Right? So, okay, I've been waiting for 1 hour. With periods of time, we use for. Right? Then, let's say 2 weeks. Right? 2 weeks. Okay? And so it's been promised for 2 weeks. Right? It's a period of time. So you have to understand when to use points of time. We have to understand what are points of time and periods of time to determine when to use for and since. So there are a couple of other troublesome provisions. We won't go into all of them. Right? So these are the main very commonly held, very commonly used, right? Very commonly used prepositions, right? So now, let us try to work out some exercises. right? So we try to work out some exercises, right? For that, we'll have to go to Google, right? So let me see. Go to Google, right? Then we'll type in articles, comma quizzes. Articles, comma space, comma quizzes. Articles, comma space, Quizzes. Articles, comma, okay? So we have this one, profs, right? Articles, quiz with answers. Okay? Okay? So, okay? So we can work out the exercises, right? Okay? So,
Okay, so the final way of identifying adjective is by the presence of the suffixes. Suffixes mean OUS, ABLE, IBLE, like ordinal, copious. Okay, all these are the endings of adjectives, right? So we'll stop there.
Okay, so good morning everybody. Today we're going to do the poem The Laboratory by the Victorian poet Robert Browning. Right? The Laboratory has got the subtitle Ancient Regime, an Ancient Regime. So we'll see what the poem is about. But first, let's read the note on the poet. Robert Browning, 1812 to 1889, is one of the leading poets of the Victorian age. He was born in Camberwell, South London. The Victorian age, of course, is the age during which Queen Victoria reigned, ruled. That was from about 1870 to 1910 or something like that, right? Browning had a comfortable and stable upbringing as his father worked for the Bank of England. His father had a job with the Bank of England, so he had a stable source of income, and therefore Robert Browning, as a boy, had a comfortable and stable upbringing. There were not many ups and downs in his life, right? Browning was exposed to literature quite early in his life, for his father was a great collector of books who, along with his mother, encouraged him to take interest in literature. Right? So his father had a small private library. He was a great collector of books, and therefore young Robert Browning was exposed to these books, and he was encouraged to take an interest in literature from a very young age. He read extensively, but hated school education and was educated at home by a tutor. Right? So he was a voracious reader. He read anything and everything, all types of books. And but he did not like the school education, the regimentation. Regimentation is you have to be in this period at this hour, and you have to study this subject, and you have to answer these questions and none others. So he hated that sort of regimentation or soldier-like approach towards education. He loved to read for the sake of reading. He loved to read because he wanted to read, not because he had to read. He should not be forced. So he hated school education. So he was educated at home by a tutor. At 14, he was fluent in French, Greek, Italian and Latin. So he was fluent in all the Romance languages. I think they're called. He became a great admirer of Shelley, whose ideals he blindly tried to imitate. So Percy B. Shelley was one of the great romantic poets. The age of romanticism preceded the Victorian era in poetry. Browning belonged to the Victorian age, Shelley belonged to the previous age, that is the age of romanticism. So Shelley's ideals were imitated without thinking by Browning. He refused to pursue a formal career and devoted himself to poetry. Formal career, of course, means one like a teacher or a banker or some other careers. It's called following the beaten track. Beaten track, of course, if you have some grass and you walk on it, it forms a track. So the beaten track, the professions which many people follow, he refused to follow a beaten track and he devoted himself to poetry. So some of his poems are Pauline, Paracelsus, Sordello, Men and Women, his dramatis personae, The Ring and the Book and Bells and Pomegranates. 8 volumes are his prominent works. He is well known for his brilliant dramatic monologues. A dramatic monologue, a monologue is a thing that is spoken by one person. A dramatic monologue has elements of drama, excitement, suspense, sorrow, joy, things like that. He is well known for his brilliant dramatic monologues. So now we come to a description of the poem. The poem is a classic example of a well-wrought dramatic monologue. So it's a classic example of a well-formed dramatic monologue in which a wronged and betrayed woman finds herself at an apothecary's. An apothecary was an ancient chemist, in the chemist shop where we buy the tablets and syrups and medicine. An ancient chemist was called an apothecary. So what an apothecary did was, he used to mix powders and liquids and he used to make medicines. But an apothecary could also make poisonous liquids, poisonous powders, like that. So here in the poem, we have a wronged and betrayed woman. A wronged and betrayed woman means her husband or her lover has cheated on her and she wants to take revenge on the lover's beloved. The woman who has made the husband or lover, she wants to take revenge on the rival. So she goes to the apothecaries to buy some poison. We're trying to buy a deadly poison to kill her lover's new beloved. The poem is spoken in the words of the offended woman. The poem is spoken in the words of the offended woman, unfolds itself as she waits for the chemist to get the poison ready. As she waits for the chemist or the apothecary to get the poison ready, she speaks out what the problem is, right? And we learn about the situation through her words. The insulted but determined woman has cold-bloodedly planned everything and has little moral qualms about having the darker side of her heart exposed to the world. So the insulted, she's an insulted woman, but she's determined to have her revenge. And what has she done? She has cold-bloodedly planned, means every step of the murder she has plotted in advance, without any moral scruples. She doesn't say, she doesn't feel in the least, that I shouldn't do this or I shouldn't do that. Without any trace of morality, she plans the murder. This is where the beloved will be, this is what she'll be doing, this is how I will administer the poison to her. She plans out everything cold-bloodedly, without any warmth. Right? The speaker feels strangely empowered by the anticipated possession of the poison. So, by the she anticipates that she will possess the poison. With that anticipation, she gets a sense of power, right, over her rival, right?
and which charges this poem with an intense sense of excitement. So, it's an intense sense of excitement as we read the poem. So now we come to the poem, and it says, now it's the wrong woman speaking, and she says, now that I, tying thy glass mask tightly, may gaze through these faint smokes curling whitely, as thou pliest thy trade in this devil's smithy, which is the poison to poison her with thee. So the woman enters the apothecary shop and she ties a glass mask across her face because the vapors are rising in the apothecary shop. The vapors of various liquids boiling in some cauldrons, right? So all of them are poisonous fumes. So what she does is she ties a glass mask tightly across her face so that she doesn't breathe in, inhale the fumes, right? And she gazes through the faint smokes curling whitely. She looks through the faint smokes, the smoke, faint smoke, which is curling in the air. It's curling in the air. And all white smoke, white fumes, right? And she gazes through them. As thou pliest thy trade in this devil's smithy. Thou is an old form of you. She's addressing the apothecary. And she says, as you ply your trade, as you follow your profession in this devil's smithy. The devil's smithy, you know what a blacksmith does, or what a goldsmith does. This is a devil's smithy where you mix and bring out various, potions, right? So as you follow your profession, as you ply your trade in this devil's smithy, as I follow you, right? I gaze through the faint smoke. Which is the poison to poison her with thee? So she asks, which poison will poison her, the rival? Prithee is a term of pray. I ask you, I pray you, right? He is with her. He is with her. And they know that I know. So her beloved is with his lover, right? And both of them know that she knows about them, right? Where they are. She knows where they are and what they do. She knows exactly what is going on. They believe my tears flow. So both the lover and his beloved think that the wrong woman is crying over her loss while they laugh at me, right? They're laughing at me, fled to the drear empty church to pray in God. For them, I am here, right? So they are laughing behind her back. They are laughing at her, right? Seeing her sorry state, right? While they laugh at me, fled to the drear empty church. They think I have run away to the empty church to pray to God for them, to pray to God to save their souls for having sinned. But she says, I am here in the devil's smithy, in the apothecary shop. Grind away the poison, moisten it with some liquid, and mash up thy paste. Mix the paste, make the paste. Pound at thy powder. Pound means to, pound in a mortar and pestle. I am not in haste. Better sit thus and observe thy strange things than go where men wait me and dance at the king's. So now, in my mood, it's better that I sit in front of you and watch all what you're doing and observe the strange things that you're doing, rather than go to the king's ball where men wait for me to dance with them. Right? That in the mortar. What is that in the mortar? Mortar is that thing, you have a mortar and pestle where you grind for example, the cloves or the turmeric powder, mortar, and you find it in the kitchen, right? That in the mortar, you call it a gum, in the mortar, or the brave tree when such gold using is come. Where is that tree from where such gum has oozed out, right? And yonder soft file, that soft file is a
capsule of liquid, and yonder is over there, and that yonder soft file, the exquisite blue, sure to taste sweetly. That liquid is sure to taste sweet. So if it's sweet to taste, they will drink it, right? Sure to taste sweetly. Is that poison too? Had I but all of them, thee and thy treasures. So she says the apothecaries, powders and potions and liquids, they're like treasures. Had I all of them, what a wild crowd of invisible treasures. So imagine what I could do with so many, ingredients. I'd have a wild type, okay, to carry pure death in an earring, casket, a signet, hand mount, filigree basket, to carry pure death, some liquid, some small amount of liquid, which can be carried in an earring, it can be carried in a small casket inside the ring, or it can be carried in a signet ring, right? You open the ring and you overturn the ring and you empty the liquid or the powder into the victim's drink, okay? A signet, a fan mount, a hand fan mount, or a filigree basket, or a basket, which you carry, which ladies carry. And all these things I could carry pure death. Soon at the king's, very soon at the king's, they're going to have a ball. A mere lozenge to give. I'll give her a lozenge. The lozenge is like Vicks by Action Fire. I'll give her a lozenge. And Pauline should have just 30 minutes to live. That's the name of the rival. Her name is Pauline. She would have just 30 minutes to live. But to light a pastille is a small sweet, but to light a pastille and Elise with a head and a breast and her arms and a hand she brought there. So Elise, if she gives Elise a pastille, then Elise with her breast and her arms and her hands just collapse dead. Right? She beats the pastille. Quick, is it finished? The color is too brief. The color of your lozenge, color of your pastille, your small tablet, is too serious. To make it lighter, it's too grim. Why not soft like the fire? Why don't you make the color soft like it? Enticing and dim. It should be enticing. It should be attractive to the person who's going to eat it. It should not be a black color. It should be something like light yellow. Right? It should be enticing and dim. Let it brighten her drink. When it's mixed with the drink, let the drink fizz. Let it become lighter in color. Let her turn it and stir. And try it and taste. Here she fits and prepare. Here before she fixes herself in one place. In a state of death. She fits and prepare. What? A drop. You give me just a drop? She's not little, no minion like me. I am a small, tender girl. I am like a girl. But she's not a minion like me. She's not a small, young girl like me. She is on well-built propose. She has no minion like me. That's why she ensnared him. That's because of her size she ensnared him. This never will free. This small lozenge will never free light from her body. The soul from those masculine eyes, say no. It will never free the soul from those almost masculine eyes. Okay? That to that pulse magnificent come over. The pulse magnificent. It will not free the pulse from, it won't stop the pulse in her veins. Okay? For only last night, as they whispered, I brought my own eyes to bear on my soul. As they were whispering in the darkness, I looked at them. I brought my own eyes to bear on my soul. That I thought, could I keep them 1/2 minute fixed? Could I keep them 1/2 minute fixed? She would fall steward. The look in her eyes, if that look could kill, the rival would shrivel, she would burn up. Okay, she fell not, yet this does it all. Now she has that lozenge or that pastille or that gum, and this is going to do what I wanted to do. It's going to do away with my rival. Not that I bid you spare her the pain. Don't spare her the pain. Don't let life leave immediately. Let death be felt and the proof remain. Let death be felt and let the proof that she has died, let a dead body remain. Brand, burn up right into its place. Let it brand them. Brand means it should burn her, burn within. And it should bite her within. All the vital organs should be, tortured. He is sure to remember her dying face. This is how the poison should work. This is the intention of the betrayed, wronged lady. So you see what a strength of emotion that jealous woman has. Right? Is it done? Take my mask off? Did you say take my mask off? Nay, be not morose. Don't be sad. Don't be morose. It kills her and this prevents seeing it close. The delicate droplet of liquid, my whole fortune sweet. Whatever fortune I have, I'll give it to you as a fee. If it hurts her, beside, can it ever hurt? If it hurts my rival, can it ever hurt me? I'm going to give you my whole fortune. Now take all my jewels, gorge gold to your fill. Take all the gold you want, gorge it till you're filled. Okay, till you're satiated, till you're satisfied. Take as much gold as you want. You may kiss me, old man, on my mouth if you will. Right? Kiss me on my mouth. So this is okay. Here, brush this dust off me. Brush this dust off me, lest horror it brings. Here I know it. So brush this down. I have to appear tidily at the king's. Right? Here I know it. Next moment I dance at the king's. Now I'm going to the king's ball to dance. Okay? So she's going, this is the way she has plotted the death of her rival. This shows the intensity of the jealousy present in a wrong woman. Right? So this is the poem, The Laboratory by Robert Brown. Thank you. Okay? Yeah, good morning everybody. Today we're going to do we're going to do a lesson on adverbs, right? Now, before we start, we have to be sure of the definition of an adverb, right? An adverb is a word which modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. It is a word which modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Right? This is the first definition of an adverb. Now, so we have to see what a verb is, right? In a sentence, the action word is the verb, right? A verb is defined as an action word. For example, if you say Rama kicked the football, Rama kicked the football, kicked is the verb, right? Now, a word which modifies a verb, Rama quickly kicked the football. Now, the word quickly modifies the verb kicked. So, quickly is an adverb, right? Rama quickly kicked the football. Or you can say Rama slowly kicked the football. Now, that's a word which modifies a verb. What is an adjective? Okay, an adverb also modifies an adjective. Now, an adjective is defined as a word which modifies a noun. Modifies a noun. For example, you have a noun like boy. The word boy can be modified by various adjectives like good boy, young boy, tall boy, intelligent boy. So all these good, young, tall, intelligent, they're all adjectives, right? So if you say Rama is a very good boy, now the adjective good is being modified by the adverb very. So an adverb also modifies an adjective, right? So an adverb, I'll repeat, is a word which modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. For example, if we take the first sentence, Rama quickly kicked the football, And we modify quickly with the word very. Rama very quickly kicked the football. There we have, okay, a word which is modifying another adverb, right? So this is the first definition of an adverb. It is a word which modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. So, in order to identify, okay, an adjective, for example, in a sentence, you have to look for a common noun. Common noun like boy, girl, table, chair, okay, and you have to look before the noun. So that will be an adjective, and if it is a word which is modifying the adjective, that will be an adverb, right? So, and also as I said, you have to identify a verb. A verb is a word of action. Kicked, sat, ran, moved, etc. You have a number of verbs, okay? So, if you have a verb which is modifying a verb, that will be an adverb. Now, this is the first definition. An adverb is a word which modifies an adjective, an adverb, or a verb. Right? Now, the second definition of an adverb is that it shows a time or a place. Time or a place. For example, the word now. Now shows a time. Okay? Then what about a place? Here is a place. Here shows a place. So here, there, now, there, today, that day. Okay, it shows a time or a place, right? Then the third definition of an adverb is that it ends in the suffix ly ends in ly, slowly, quickly. So you have a number of adverbs which end in ly. So these are the three definitions of an adverb, right? So let's look at some of the examples given in the textbook. Um, so it says the adverb. An adverb is a word which modifies the meaning of a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Consider the following sentences. It says Ramya reads quickly. So, quickly is the adverb which modifies the verb reads. In the above sentence, Ramya quickly shows how or in what manner Ramya reads. That is, quickly modifies the verb reads. I hope you got that. Otherwise, you can refer to the PDF, okay, page 90, right? Ramya gave a very good answer. This is the second sentence. So, Ramya gave a very good answer. The common noun here is answer. Good modifies the common noun answer. Good is an adjective. Very good. Very is the adverb. Ramya gave a very good answer. Right? So very is the adverb. Ramya reads quite quickly. Right? So Ramya reads quite quickly. Now quickly is the adverb. Quite is the adverb which modifies the adverb. So these are this is the definition. It modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb, right? So you can easily go through the material in the textbook, right? We have different types of adverbs. Adverbs of time which show when. He came late, right? Came late. Late shows when he came. Again, you can apply that definition. Came is a verb, so late is the adverb. I go there daily, right? There is a place daily. Daily ends in ly. I shall now begin my work, right? Now begin modifies the verb shall begin, right? She met me yesterday. So it modifies, yesterday modifies met, it shows a time, right? So you have a number of sentences, different types of adverbs. I'll go through the headings of these different types of adverbs. Adverbs of time, adverbs of number, adverbs of place, adverbs of manner, adverbs of degree or quantity, adverbs of affirmation and negation. Affirmation means saying yes, negation means saying no, right? Adverbs of reason, interrogative adverbs, relative adverbs. So these are the nine different types of adverbs. So you can go through the examples given in the PDF, and we can also work out some of the examples. We'll work out five examples from the exercises. So the first sentence is run fast, right? So there are only two words there. Run is a verb, so fast is the adverb. Bhima works hard, right? So here there are three words. Bhima works hard. So you can guess that Bhima is a proper noun, works is a verb, so hard will become the adverb, right? Try again, right? So try again. In this, there are only two words. So try is a verb, and again is the adverb. Come forward. Come is a verb. Forward is the adverb. I saw her yesterday, right? So yesterday shows a time. So yesterday is the adverb. The secret is out, right? The secret is out. So the secret is a common noun. Is a verb. There is a definite article. So out becomes the adverb. Okay. The patient is much better, right? So better is the good, better, best. Those are the those three degrees of good, better, best. Much modifies better. The patient is much better. Much is the question. Much is the adverb. Okay. So thank you. I hope you'll go through the material in the textbook. Thank you. Should dwell because they encourage deposits and discourage withdrawals, right? So this is one of the points of view of the bankers. They must encourage deposits. People must come in to deposit them, but they must discourage withdrawals, right? So the more money the bank has, the more interest the bankers can get, the more profit, right? So this is one of the points of view, right? They must encourage deposits and discourage withdrawals. And particularly because they all observe one rule which woe betides the banker who wills to plead it. So all bankers, according to the poet, observe one rule, which if it is not followed, then woe, that is W-O-E, woe is sorrow. Then sorrow will fall on the banker who fails to follow it, who fails to heed it, right? So what is that rule? What is that inviolable, the unbreakable rule of all bankers, which is you must never lend any money to anybody unless they don't need it, right? If they don't need the money, if they ask for a loan, then you must give it. On the other hand, if a person really needs it, right, really needs a loan, then we must think twice. Because the person who doesn't need it, right, like for example a millionaire, who just wants to increase his wealth, wants to dabble in the stock market. Such people, they are able to repay the loan. But those who need it, who need the loan, they may be, struggling to make ends meet, so they may not be able to repay the loan. So what is that rule? I'll read it again. You must never lend any money to anybody unless they don't need it. Right? I know you cautious, conservative banks, says the poet. I know you. Know you means he recognizes them for what they are. You cautious is careful. Conservative banks. If people are worried about the rent, it is your duty to deny them the loan of one nickel. See, rent. Right? If people come into the bank and ask for a loan of, let's say, a few $100, right? To pay the rent, then what does it mean? The banker immediately recognizes this person is insolvent. He cannot repay the loan. So then they will discourage this sort of lending. Right? It is the solemn duty, it is a duty to deny them the loan of even one nickel, one coin. Yes, even one copper engraving of the martyrs on the late Manson Act. Nancy Hanks was the mother of Abraham Lincoln, right? The portrait of Abraham Lincoln was stamped on the coins of the US, right? It was engraved on the notes of the US dollar, right? So the bankers should deny the people who are unable to pay the loan even one small coin. How does the author describe a coin? He describes it as one copper engraving of the martyred son of the late Nancy Hanks. Martyred means Abraham Lincoln was assassinated for his principle. So he was martyred. So they should deny the person who really needs the loan, even the loan of a single coin. Right? They must deny it, right? Yes, if they request $50 to pay for a baby. Now some mother, right? She's pregnant, she's unable to pay for the cesarean operation. If they want to pay for a childbirth, or even if they want some money to take care of the baby, such a human thing, right? What should the banker do? Right? If they request $50 to pay for a baby, you must look at them like Tarzan, looking at a uppity ape in the jungle. Tarzan was the ape man, right? He was born and brought up, he was brought up in the jungle among the apes. So Tarzan was, the lord of the jungle. He was the lord of the apes, right? So he could fight the apes. He was so strong that he could fight an ape. Now, if a mother comes in, a really needy mother, she asks the banker, "Sir, I want some money to buy some milk for my baby. I want some money to buy some, necessaries for the baby." What must the banker do? He must look at that lady like Tarzan was looking at a uppity ape. Uppity is like irritated, annoyed ape in the jungle. Right? They are about to fight. So it's going to be a refusal. Right? Right. And tell them, what do they think the bank is anyhow? They had better go get the money from their wife's aunt or uncle. So the banker, how will he refuse the loan? He will ask the lady to go and get the money from a relative, the wife's aunt or uncle. Right? What do you think the bank is? You think I can give loans to everybody and anybody on the street? Okay? So, continuing. But suppose people come in and they have $1 million and they want another $1 million to pile on top of it. So someone comes in, he's a very rich person and he's taking a loan, okay, to make an investment, and he wants to pile another $1 million on it. Why? You brim with the milk of human kindness and you urge them to accept every drop. So now, if a person who is, has $1 million comes in, then what do? You brim with the milk of human kindness. So you have milk in a cup. If you drink a lot of milk, you become very, nice. You become very kind. So the milk of human kindness. You call the millionaire in. Please sit down. Please sign these forms. It is our duty to give you the loan of the $1 million. It is our privilege and our honor. Please accept this loan. It is your duty to brim with the milk of human kindness and urge them to accept every drop of this kindness. If a millionaire comes in, this is how we must treat the millionaire. And we lend them the million, so then they have 2 million. And this gives them the idea that they will be better off with 4. So 2 million, let's take another loan of another 2 million. So that makes it 4 million. Okay? So they already have 2 million, as you have no hesitation in lending them 2 more. Right? That means those people who are millionaires will be able to repay the loan. That's what the bottom line is. That is the point of view of the bankers. And all the vice presidents nod their heads in rhythm. Now to give a loan, a large sum of money, a large loan, right, like $1 million, you have to get the acceptance of the board. The board of directors, the board of president, right? So now when you put this proposal before the board, they will all nod their heads in rhythm like this. They will all agree to give the loan of $1 or $2 or $3 million to the millionaire. And the only question asked is, do the borrowers want the money sent or do they want to take it with them? Right? The only question the banker will ask the millionaire is, do you want to take this 1, 2 or 3 million with you, or do you want us to send it to your address? Right? Because I think they deserve our appreciation and thanks. Now coming to the end of the poem, so the poet says, I think they deserve our appreciation and thanks. They refers to the bankers. Okay, the jackasses who go around saying that health and happiness are everything and money is essential. So here, what is being said is, okay, so there are people who go around saying that health and happiness are everything and that money is essential, right? So these are the religious people, right? The religious people, they say money isn't essential, right? We get health and happiness are everything. So long as we have these two, the needs of life, the ends of life are met. We are healthy and happy. That is the goal of life, right? Now, what happens to such idealistic people in real life, right? Because as soon as they have to borrow some unimportant money to maintain their health and happiness, they stop, right? Now, when these idealistic people, they need food, they need clothing, they need shelter. They're not earning, they're looking out for health and happiness. They're not doing any work, for example. Now, when such people meet with reality, when they come in need of food, they stop, right? They starve to death, so they can't go around anymore fearing a good old money, which is nothing short of poverty. So these idealistic people, they starve to death, according to the poet, starve for want of money, which is nothing short of providential. Providential is this aspect of divinity which gives you what you want, when you most need it. Right? So money is an act of providence. It is providential. Okay? Okay? Please stop it. Thank you. It's a very short poem and it speaks about the absurdity. You know what absurdity means? The sort of irrational quality that war has. War. Right? So you see how absurd, how irrational is war. Now the defense budget of countries goes into trillions of dollars. Defense budget of countries goes into trillions of dollars. Means you have to look after so many soldiers, you have to look after so many sailors, you have to look after so many air forcemen. Okay. Now, each one of those soldiers, each one of those sailors, each one of those air forcemen, they're all scared for their lives. No one wants to go and risk his life. In war you risk your life. If you are a soldier, you have to go and risk your life. Nobody wants to do that. So, nevertheless, you have $1 trillion budget being spent on armed forces. $1 trillion. How much is trillion? Billion, 1,000 billion. Thousands of billions of dollars spent on armed forces. It's a very rational thing. None of those soldiers, none of those sailors, none of those air forcemen want to risk their lives. Yet they go and enlist, yet they go and fight for their country, yet they go and fight for a cause, yet so much disruption takes place. It's a rational thing. Right? If you think about it calmly, you'll see that it's right. So here, in this poem, we have one such aspect of the irrational nature of war. Right? So the man he killed. See, normally you or I, we wouldn't even think twice, we wouldn't even think at all of killing anyone. But in war, it's the norm, it's normal. So what does the poet say? Now the poet is speaking from the point of view of a soldier, So he says, had he and I but met by some old ancient inn, we should have sat us down to it right near Nipperkin. Nipperkin means a glass of alcohol. If they had met, if his enemy and the poet had met, if his enemy and the poet had met by some inn is a pub, they would have sat down and they would have downed many a glass of alcohol. But where are they meeting? Where are the poet and his enemy meeting? They are meeting on the battleground. Right? So I'll read that stanza again. It says, had he refers to the enemy. Had he and I got met by chance, if we had met by some old ancient inn, they're going somewhere, they meet on the way, by some old ancient inn, we should have sat us down to write million people. They should have sat down in the pub and they should have talked about their lives with each other and they would have downed many a glass of beer or whatever else. Right? We should have sat us down to wet. To wet means to down, to drink. Right? Million Nipperkin. Nipperkin, as I said, is a glass of alcohol. Right? But now what is, if they had met like that as civilians, they would have done that. But now they're in the army. Which branch of the army are they in? They're in the infantry. See, there are many divisions of the army. We have the cavalry. The cavalry is those who are mounted on horseback. Soldiers mounted on horseback. That's the cavalry. Infantry is those who run to the battlefield. They run hundreds of miles to fight. Infantry. Right? Now, the poet is an infantryman. Right? But ranged as infantry. Ranged means what? The poet is on one side, the enemy is on the other. They're ranged against each other. But ranged as infantry and staring face to face. Now they're looking at each other. They're looking at each other face to face. They're deadly enemies now. Staring at each other face to face. I shot at him and he at me. The poet shot at his enemy. The enemy shot at the poet and killed him in his place. The poet's bullet hit. The poet's bullet hit. The enemy died. Right? But if you think about it, go back to the first stanza. If the poet had met the enemy anywhere else, they would have become friends. Now they killed each other. One has killed the other. Okay? Okay, then, third step. I shot him dead. I shot him dead because. Because means it gives a reason. Because he was my foe. Foe is an enemy. Actually, in war, if you don't kill the enemy will kill you. Right? I shot him dead because he was my foe. In the war, he is the enemy. Just so. That's the reason why I killed him. Just so. Foe, of course he was. That's clear enough. Right? So it's very clear. On the battlefield, he was my enemy. Although means but. He thought he'd enlist, perhaps. He thought he would enlist. List means enlist. Enlist means you have to join the army, you have to enlist. Right? You have to go to the army headquarters, submit your papers and say, I want to join the army. That is enlisting in the army. Okay. Now, he is the enemy, although he thought he would enlist, perhaps offhand.
अरे भाई भाई
He thought he'd enlist, perhaps offhand. Offhand means, okay, by chance, he has nothing to do. He's a young man, doesn't have any particular job, doesn't have any particular work, right? So he'd go and join the army. Offhand. Offhand means on, you know, without thinking. Offhand, like just as I was out of work. He was also out of work. The poet also didn't have anything to do. They went there, enlisted. They joined the army, they met on the battlefield, and one killed the other. Right? Now, why did he join the army? He didn't have any work. Offhand. Oh, let me go and join the army. They always take people out and get some money. Right? See, that's the reason why he killed the man. Right? Was out of, just as I was out of work. He didn't have any work. Had sold his traps. Traps means all his belongings. He sold them. Okay? Sold everything. Was going along to the next place. Ran out of money. So he thought he'd enlist. Enlisted in the army and was killed by the poet. See what sort of things to lose? Right? To lose your life like this. Right? So, had sold his traps. Traps means goods. No other reason why. There's no other reason why he had enlisted. Yes. Last stanza. Yes. Quaint and curious war is. Quaint is strange. Strange is strange and curious. War is. Why do they fight? What is the reason? Whole nations. Why do they fight? Everybody knows. Should not fight. You teach children not to fight in school. You punish children, they fight. Then why can grown men fight? And that too with nuclear bombs and airplanes and aircraft carriers and whole armies. Isn't it strange? Yes, quaint and curious war is. You shoot a fellow down, you treat with met with any bodies. You shoot a person down whom you would treat if you had met with any bodies. If you meet that person by any body, you would treat him. Treat him to a glass of alcohol. Right? Or help to half a crown. Or lend him some money. Coin. Half a crown is some money. Right? Or help to half a crown. Okay. So this is the absurdity. This is the curious, strange nature of war. Okay? So this is how they met and this is how they treat it. Okay? These are the reasons. These are the results. Okay? So that is the point. Okay? Thank you. Okay. We're just going over the first point once more in order to prepare ourselves for tomorrow's internals. Right? As I said, we're in the middle of prospects for democracy in India. We'll come back to that lesson. Okay? Right now, we are dealing with the first poem, which is a sonnet. Right? Page 10 of the PDF. Okay? Sonnet 29. When in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, is one of the most anthologized sonnets of Shakespeare. Anthology is a collection of poems, right? A book of poems. So many collections of poems, many books of poems have sonnet 29, right? They include sonnet 29 because it's one of the great poems of the world. And sonnet 29 is also known by its first line. What is the first line of the poem? When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes. Right? So, you see, uh, when the poet is in disgrace, right? He's suffering misfortune. Okay? And he's not only suffering misfortune, he's also, you know, uh, against people, other people are against him. In men's eyes, in other men's eyes, he's suffering the fall, right? When in disgrace with fortune and method. It's also known by that line. Okay, so it's one of the most anthologized sonnets of Shakespeare, in which the speaker talks about his troubled state of mind caused by things going wrong for him, right? So apparently he had a plan and he was working according to the plan, but because of a series of things he could not foresee, things went wrong for him, right? Situations occurred which he did not, you know, foresee. So his plans were upset. So what happens? As a result, he's fallen from grace. He's suffering from misfortune, right? And other people are also looking down upon him, right? Okay. But the trigger for writing of the sonnet seems to have been an attack on Shakespeare by dramatist Robert Greene, who warned his fellow educated playwrights about Shakespeare, referring to him as an upstart crow beautified with our feathers. Now, no doubt he's feeling low, no doubt he's feeling bad, right? But what was the trigger, the stimulus that made him write the sonnet? The stimulus, the trigger for making him write the sonnet was an attack by another dramatist called Robert Greene. Okay, so Robert Greene was a fellow playwright. Who is a playwright? A playwright is one who writes plays. Shakespeare was a playwright, Robert Greene was a playwright. And Robert Greene was a senior author. Shakespeare was just starting on his career. And when Shakespeare was starting, what did he do? Apparently, he had copied a lot of lines from other plays. He copied a lot of lines from other plays in his plays. So what does Robert Greene say? He's an upstart crow. He doesn't know how to sing. He doesn't know how to write plays. He's not an author. He's an upstart crow, right? Beautified with our feathers. So he's borrowed lines from our plays. He's borrowed lines from our poems. And he's made them his own. He's included them in his plays and poems. And he says he's a great artist, right? So that is how Robert Greene criticized Shakespeare. So when Shakespeare read this, he felt indignant, he felt upset, and he wrote the poem, right? So this vitriolic comment, vitriolic means it's acidic comment. This comment which is hard to bear, right? An upstart crow beautified with our feathers. That comment is hard to bear. This vitriolic comment must have stung Shakespeare. Stung, just as a bee stings and you start, right? You jump up, right? So this vitriolic comment must have stung Shakespeare into simultaneously feeling despondent. Simultaneously, at one and the same time, he felt despondent, he felt down, he felt low, and he responded with the writing of the sonnet. He started to write the sonnet. The sonnet, which begins with the speaker being deeply steeped in self-pity. So how does the sonnet begin? The speaker, that is Shakespeare, is steeped. Steeped means he's immersed, he's sunk in self-pity. He pities himself. He's feeling sorry for himself. Nobody else will have any consideration for him. Nobody else has any kindness to show him. So he's feeling sorry for himself. He's immersed in self-pity. That's how the sonnet begins. Immersed in self-pity about his imagined worthless state. So when people are against you, when people start to comment upon you, or against you, and things go wrong, then how do you feel? What is the state of mind? You imagine you're worthless, right? You don't have anything.
worthwhile to offer, and you know, so about his imagined worthless state ends on a note of exhilaration. Exhilaration is extreme happiness. How does a sonnet end? The poet feels exhilarated. So what brings about this change of mind? That's what we'll see when we read the poem. Right? The speaker's spirits keep changing throughout the sonnet. Speaker's spirit keeps changing throughout the sonnet. First it is despondent, first it is low, then he becomes extremely happy. They keep changing. The speaker's spirits keep changing throughout the sonnet, culminating in a state of elation. Elation is almost, you can describe it as ananda, right? Ananda, you know the translation of that word in English. Ananda is bliss. Elation resulting from sweet love remembered. So he remembers the love of his sweet love of his friend, right? And then he feels happy, right? The sonnet is indicative of the extraordinary constructive and destructive power love is capable of wielding. So the one and the same emotion, deprivation of love, not being given love, not being shown love and affection, that makes you feel worthless. But on the other hand, being shown love, being given love, that changes your mood to one of happiness or elation even. Right? So the feeling of love is both constructive and destructive. It's constructive if you're given it, it's destructive if you're not given it. Right? Okay. So now we'll read the sonnet itself. Remember, a sonnet is a 14-line long poem, right? Okay, 14-line long poem. So what does the poet say? When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, right? So the poet is in disgrace. Grace is a state of, feeling happy. When you have grace shown you, are feeling happy. But now the poet is in disgrace. Okay? He's in disgrace with fortune. His finances are at an all-time low. Okay? His finances are at an all-time low. He's in disgrace with fortune, he's suffering misfortune, and he's also in disgrace with men's eyes, in the eyes of other men. And what does he do? I all alone beweep my outcast state. Outcast is one who's cast out, one who's thrown out. What do you mean by an outcast? Right? One who's thrown out of society because nobody wants it. Do you know where the prisons are kept? In the city, you know where the prisons are. They're always outside the city. They're never in the middle of the city. Because they're outcasts, they're thrown out of societies, the prisoners, those who've done wrong. Right? So, he feels like an outcast. He beweeps, he weeps, he cries for himself. All alone, he weeps for himself. I all alone beweep my outcast state. And trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries. Right? So he prays to heaven. He prays to heaven, God give me some relief. Right? But heaven is deaf. God is deaf. He troubles deaf heaven with his bootless cries. Bootless is worthless, without any result. See, you can try it if you want. You pray, you say the name of Ram, 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 Ram throughout your life, nothing will happen. You say the name of God, any God, whichever God you feel. But, it's a sense of goodness. You feel a sense of goodness. Right? So, it's some sort of relief, the feeling or the emotion. Right? So, what the poet is saying here is that he's troubling deaf heaven with his bootless cries, with his cries which do not produce any result. And look upon myself and curse my fate. He looks upon himself. What is the state of his finances? What is the status in society? He looks upon himself, he evaluates himself, and he curses his fate. Right? Wish I had never been born, that's what he feels. Wishing me like the one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed. He looks around him, he sees people all around him. They're moving happily. Right? And they seem to be hopeful. Hopeful means they have prospects for the future. They have potential. They have achieved a lot. They'll achieve a lot more. Right? So, wishing me like the one more rich in hope, like those hopeful people. He's become without hope. Right? So, he wishes that he had more hope like the others around him. Featured like him. The features, the facial features, right? They featured like him with friends possessed. How do the people move about? They don't move about one by one. They move about in groups. They have friends, right? They have company. They're enjoying themselves with their, spending their time with each other. Like him with friends possessed. Desiring this man's art and that man's hope. He wishes he could have this man's art. He could follow the profession of this man. And that man's scope. Scope is potential. He wishes he could have that man's potential. See what a fantastic career is taken on. Well, I'm a poor playwright. Right? You follow it? Yes? Right? So if he sees that all around him, he thinks people are better than him. Right? With what I most enjoy contented least. What he most enjoys, writing plays, is contented least. They're not giving him any profit. Right? Yet in these thoughts of myself almost despising, he almost hates himself when he's thinking like this. I wish I was like that person. I wish I was like this person. I wish I had the prospects of this person. I wish I had this many friends like that person. In these thoughts, almost despising, he almost hates himself. Haply I think on thee. Right? Happily means by chance. Into my mind comes the thought of you. Thee is you. Who is that person? Haply I think on thee. And then his state of mind, live to the lark and break of day arising. Just as the skylark, when the day breaks, when it dawns, the skylark rises from the earth and goes into the sky to welcome the sun, dawning sun, singing songs. Then what happens? When the poet remembers that special friend, then his state of mind, it changes. Like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth sings hymns at heaven's gate. The skylark rises from the dark, damp earth. It's been night. It rises from the cold, dark, damp night to welcome the dawning sun. It sings hymns at heaven's gate, sings songs at heaven's gate. Like that, the poet's mood changes when he remembers his friend. Right? Sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with it. So it says, the sweet love that I feel when I remember your love, right? He says, such wealth, it brings us it's blissful state of mind. Such wealth brings that then I scorn. It's contemptuous. He feels that even a king is beneath him. That's how great he feels, right? That then I scorn to change my state with kings, right? So this is the poem. Okay. Do you have any doubts? Any doubts? Shoaib, okay? Shoaib? Okay, thank you.
Prospects of Democracy in India by B.R. Ambedkar. The second obstacle is that the Indian society is disabled by unity in action by not being able to know what is its common good. Plato has said that the organization of society depends ultimately upon knowledge of the end of existence. So Plato says that the organization of society depends ultimately on the knowledge of the end of existence. And what he means by the end of existence is everybody is living comfortably in a society. So a society is people have to associate with each other, like help each other out to survive.
Name some people, name some of the
So
professions.
like shopkeepers,
Uh,
maybe the petrol bunk attendants, the bus
also,
drivers, the grocers,
even us.
yeah, even us, yes. So when all of us can live comfortably in society, that is the end of society.
Yeah.
So that's what Plato tries to convey, that what is its common good, and this is the common good, that everybody can live together harmoniously by helping each other out. That is one of the common goods of society.
And what is society based on? What is the, how are the transactions in society made, and how is that relevant to, the end of existence?
So like the transactions made in society are like uh, money for service.
Yeah.
So like if you go to a hotel, he provides you food for a sum of money, or in any way, like if you want to use the public transport, you provide a sum of money and they get you from one place to another. So that's how we live with each other.
And why do we live with each other based on money? Why don't we live it based on something else? What is the basis of this? How has it come down to us from primordial times?
So because like when maybe when the first man created society, he involved himself into trade. So barter. So
Buying and selling.
yeah. So he probably gave something that he had in exchange of what another human had, and that has carried forward till date.
And why is there so much cruelty associated with money? What is the sensation that, for example, they say that if you don't repay,
Right.
or even if someone asks you for, let's say, 100 rupees, you'll feel physical pang. Why is it a physical pang or a physical pain when you were asked for some small sums or large sums? What is the basis?
So probably because money gives you a sense of power.
It gives you a sense of power, but you see, if the ower, the one who owes money, the
Right.
debtor, doesn't repay the loan, what ancient man did was to impose his own, thing on the debtor.
Okay.
He would gain a sort of pleasure
Okay.
in extracting
Okay.
the amount that he has lent, or he would extract a sense of pleasure from getting something equivalent.
Okay.
So, this sensation of pleasure in performing cruelty on an oath,
Okay.
okay, that is the basis
Of what we feel.
So, if you were to lend, nowadays it's not so
Right.
cruel. In old days, we were told that they would actually strip off a pound of flesh,
Right.
or which is found in the merchant
That's
hotels,
nice.
right? Now, all those practices were there, but now it's not so cruel,
Right.
right? They say that the cruelty is like what a parent inflicts upon a child when the child does something wrong. It's just that. So you should give back the money. Why don't you
Right.
keep it? That sort of thing. Why do you? That sort of, maybe that's the way it is. But still, the basis of all these monetary transactions is that, right? So will I get my money back?
Right.
What will I do without the amount that I have lent? Right? So this is, one knowledge of the end of existence at an individual level. At the level of society, where the whole of society is based on monetary transactions, right? This plays out on a large scale, right? So the end of existence is to make sure that everyone lives comfortably,
Comfortable.
right? So, last sentence really.
If we do not know its end, if we do not know its good, we shall be at the mercy of accident and caprice. So, uh, the author tries to say that if we don't know what's the good of society.
If everyone doesn't know,
Yeah,
that is to live comfortably.
right.
If everyone doesn't realize that, and then
Unless we know the good of the end, we have no criterion for rationally deciding what the possibilities are which we should promote.
okay, so we won't understand what to do if everyone is, to use a school word term, if everyone is selfish, there is no common end for society. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, sir. This was an extract from The Prospects of Democracy in India by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, guided by my professor Sundaresh S.S.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, today we'll do the poem Fidelity by William Wordsworth. So, this poem was there and is there in the second semester of Mysore University BSc animation, game designing, interior designing, and fashion designing courses. So, this poem is by the High Priest of Nature, William Wordsworth. High priest means that he was a worshipper of nature, and in the poem, the poet says, a barking sound the shepherd hears, a cry as of a dog or fox. So there is a shepherd, one who looks after the sheep. When the sheep got taken out to graze in the pasture, and the shepherd hears a barking sound, and this barking sound is like that of a dog or a fox. He halts and searches with his eyes among the scattered rocks. So the shepherd, when he hears the barking sound of this animal, he halts, he stops, and he looks around to see where the sound is coming from. And he searches with his eyes among the rocks which are scattered on the sides of the uh, on the ground, and now at a distance can discern a stirring in a brake of fern. So, as he's searching with his eyes, as he's looking around to see where the noise is coming from, the barking noise is coming from, he sees at a distance. In the distance, he can discern, or he can see a stirring in a brake of fern. So he can see some bushes, some fern bushes moving, and instantly a dog is seen glancing through that covert tree. And soon he sees a dog which is looking around through that covert green, through that secret green bush in the distance. The dog is not of mountain breed, his motions too are wild and shy. So the shepherd can see that the dog is not a wild dog, it is not a mountain breed of dog, because its motions, the way it moves, are wild movements and they are shy movements, as though it is a domestic animal, domesticated dog, which has been out in the uh, wild for too long. So the movements of the dog are wild and shy, with something, as a shepherd thinks, unusual in its cry. So the dog is barking, is whining, is whimpering, and the shepherd thinks there's something unusual in its barking and its whining and its whimpering. Nor is there anyone in sight, all round in hollow or on height. And as the shepherd continues to look around, he sees that there's no one in sight, all around that place, whether it's in an indentation, whether it's in the hollow of the earth, or on the height of a nearby hill. No shout, no whistle strikes his ear. So there's no one who shouts for the dog, nor is there anyone who whistles for the dog. and it's completely silent. So the shepherd thinks, what is the creature doing there? So what is this dog doing out in that lonely, uh, cold, and uh, gloomy place? It was a cove, a huge recess that keeps till June, December snow, a lofty precipice in front, a silent town below. So it was a cove. A cove is like a cave. It's a huge recess. It is a huge indentation in the side. And in this cave, the snows of December are kept till June. That is, the sunlight doesn't enter that place. It is a dark, cold, and lonely place. And this snow is kept till June, till summer. The snow which falls in December remains as it is, remains frozen. And in front of that cove, in front of that cave, there was a lofty precipice. A precipice is a cliff, a very high cliff, and at the bottom of that cliff, there was a silent tarn. A tarn is a lake. So, for far in the bosom of Helvellyn, remote from public road or dwelling, pathway or cultivated field, from trace of human foot or hand. So that cave where the dog is whimpering for someone or something, that cave is in the bosom, it's in the middle of Helvellyn Mountain. Helvellyn Mountain was its mountain in England. So this cave, there was no public road, nobody went there, and there was no dwelling, there was no farmhouse, nobody lived there, nobody went there. There was no pathway or cultivated land. There was no farm, and it's remote from trace of human foot or hand. So it's a totally desolate, empty, gloomy, cold, and lonely place. There sometimes doth the leaping fish send through the dawn a lonely cheer. So in the lake below, in the silent lake below, once or twice a fish jumps out, leaps out of the water. It jumps out of the water and then dives back into the water. So this is the only cheering sight in that tarn, in that lake. So even the waters of the lake, they're grey colored, and the wind and the clouds form a very somber atmosphere in that place, on the bosom, in the middle of Helvellyn Mountain. The crags repeat the raven's croak in symphony austere. So the raven, a bird which is like a crow, croaks in that place. Just as the crow caws, the raven croaks. And the croaks of the raven are echoed, they're repeated through the stones, sharp stones on the side of Helvellyn Mountain, through the crags of Helvellyn Mountain. And these echoes of the raven's croak are music which is austere or serious. Thither the rainbow comes, the cloud, and mist that spread the flying shroud. So there, on nearly uh, 3/4 the uh, up the way of Helvellyn, up on Helvellyn Mountain, the rainbow comes, and the cloud also comes, and there are mists that spread the flying shroud. A shroud is a sheet which is placed on a dead body. So this place has a deathly look to it, and sunbeams in the sounding blast that if it could would hurry past, but that enormous barrier binds it fast. And sunbeams also fall sometimes on that place, and the sounding blast, the whistling, the roaring wind, the blast of the roaring wind also is also heard there. The wind, if it could, would go straight on ahead, it would hurry past, but the enormous barrier of Helvellyn stops it in its tracks. it binds the wind fast. Now free from boding thoughts, while the shepherd stood. So the shepherd in this place had some boding thoughts. He has some, he's dreading something. He has boding thoughts. He dreads something, but he doesn't know what it is that causes that feeling of fear and apprehensiveness in him. He stands there, then makes his way toward the dog over rocks and stones as quickly as he may. So he goes towards the dog, which is waiting for him. He walks over rocks and stones as quickly as he can. Now, far had gone before he found a human skeleton on the ground. He had not gone far when he found a decomposed body, not even a body. There was no flesh. It was just a skeleton on the ground. And he sees that a person has died there. And the appalled discoverer with a sigh looks round to learn the history. So the horrified discoverer, the horrified shepherd who discovered the skeleton, sighs. He gives out a soft expulsion of breath because he's feeling sad. And he looks round to see how that skeleton, how that person had died there. From those abrupt and perilous rocks, the man had fallen. So those stones, the perilous, the dangerous, and abrupt, those stones which rise in almost a vertical gradient from that cliff, the man had fallen, and that place was a place of fear. It was a scary and fearful place. At length, upon the shepherd's mind, it breaks, and all is clear. So, as the shepherd is thinking about who this person was, and how he came to be there, suddenly he remembers, and all is clear. He instantly recalled the name. He remembers the name of that traveler and who he was, who that traveler was, and whence he came, and where that traveler came from. Remember too the very day on which the traveler passed this way. So the shepherd himself had met that traveler, and he remembers the very day the traveler had passed this way. But hear a wonder for whose sake this lamentable tale I tell. Now the poet says he is telling this tale for the sake, for someone or something's sake. And this tale that he's going to tell is full of wonder. A lasting monument of words, this wonder merits well. So this poem, which was written almost 300, 400 years ago, is still being read today. So this poem is a lasting monument. The words of the poem are lasting monuments. And the poet says, whatever he's going to tell next merits or deserves well this lasting monument of words. The dog, which still was hovering nigh, repeating the same timid cry, this dog had been through 3 months' space a dweller in that savage place. So the dog, which was still waiting near the skeleton, and it was repeating the same timid cry, the dog had been there for 3 months. The traveler had passed through that place 3 months ago. The shepherd had met him. The traveler had fallen from the cliff, and the dog, his pet, had waited, had hovered. It had gone round and round the place where its master had fallen for 3 months, and it had dwelt or lived in that savage place. Yes, proof was plain that since the day when this ill-fated traveler died, the dog had watched about the spot. So the dog is so loyal, it had watched about the spot where the ill-fated traveler had fallen to his death, and it was plain that it had watched since the day the traveler had fallen, or it had moved, it had gone round and round the place, or it sat by its deceased or dead master's side. How nourished here through such long time, he knows who gave that love sublime. So how did it, what did it eat?
How was it nourished through the space of 3 months? What did it have? How did it survive? He knows, God knows, who gave that love sublime. So God Himself has given that fine feeling of loyal love of the dog to its master. So only God knows how the dog had survived for 3 months and gave that strength of feeling great above all human estimate. So humans cannot estimate or measure the depth or the strength of loyalty and devotion that the dog has. It is a great depth of devotion that this animal possesses. It is it possesses the quality of fidelity, that is, of being loyal and faithful to its master. So, to commemorate the fidelity of the dog, the poet has written this poem. Okay, so as I said, this poem is included in many anthologies, including those for BSc of Mysore University Science course. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do a part on question forms in grammar. Right? Question forms have at least 3 parts. One is question tags, framing question tags. The second is the WH questions. And the third is, actually it's called framing questions. Okay? So, first we'll take up question tags. Okay? Now, we'll see what a tag is later, but for this topic, that is question forms, we need to know a bit of background, right? The background is we need to know about pronouns and verbs, right? So, the pronouns are these: I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, right? Okay? So these are called personal pronouns. We have gone into pronouns in detail a bit earlier, right? So here what we need to keep in mind is that we need to keep these pronouns in mind. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. Out of these, we see that these on the left, I, you, he, she, it, they're singular, and these on the right, that is we, you, they are plural, right? Singular means they refer to one. I am one, I is singular. You referring to one person is singular. He, she, it are singular. Similarly, if I say we, it is plural. Both of you, it is plural, and they is also plural, right? So we need to keep that in mind. The next topic we need to have a bit of background is about verbs, right? Now we've gone into verbs also in some detail earlier. Now we'll just brush up, right? So verbs are divided into 2 groups: main verbs and auxiliary verbs, right? Examples of main verbs are sit, stand, walk, okay, etc. Right? Sit, stand, walk, talk, etc. Right? Now you can quite clearly see that these have meaning. If I say sit, you know what it means. If I say stand, you know what it means. If I say walk, you know what it means. Talk, run, eat, sleep, all these have meaning. They are main verbs. Right? The second group of verbs we need to consider are the auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verbs are divided into 2: primary auxiliaries and modal auxiliaries. The primary auxiliaries, that's a name, right? It's the name of this group. The primary auxiliaries are forms of have, do, and be. They're also known as the have forms, do forms, and be forms. The have forms are have, has, had, right? The do forms are do, does, did. Now, these are very common words, right? Only thing, right now we're classifying them as primary auxiliaries, right? And the be forms are is, am, are, was, were, right? So these group of verbs is called the primary auxiliaries. Next we have the modal auxiliaries. The modal auxiliaries are can, could, will, would, shall, should, may, might, must, need, ought to, and dare. Right? So these are called the modal auxiliaries. Right? Now, we need to keep one of the characteristics of verbs in mind. That characteristic is the tense. Right? Tense means time. So if I say sat, it is the past tense of sit. If I say stood, it is the past tense of stand. If I say walked, it is the past tense of walk. Right? So all the main verbs have present.
Okay, so the main verbs have tense. Sat is the past tense of sit, stood is the past tense of stand, walked is the past tense of walk, etc. All the main verbs are present and past tenses. These also have tenses, right? If I say he is and I compare it with he was, you see that was is past tense, is present tense. And if I say they are and I compare it with they were is past tense, are is present tense. Similarly, I did is past tense, do and does are present tense. Was and were are past tense, are and is and am are present tense. Had is past tense, have and has are present tense. Right? So these have tenses, right? The primary auxiliaries. Now we come to the part on question tags. Now, what do we mean by a tag? You have an assertive sentence like he is here. We have an assertive sentence like he is here. If you add a tag at the end, it will become a question, right? So what you're doing is you're changing an assertive sentence into a question. A question is also called an interrogative sentence, right? So how do we form the tags? How do we form the tags? Now, to understand this, we need to know that there are two types of sentences. One is the positive sentence, the other is the negative sentence. The negative sentences, they have the word not. Okay? They have the word not. For example, he isn't here. This is a negative sentence because this word is not, right? Negative sentence, right? And a positive sentence doesn't have the word not, okay? So, in this sentence, we have an auxiliary. In these two sentences, we have auxiliary. The auxiliary is. Now, how do we form the tag? If the sentence is positive, take the auxiliary, make it negative, and add the pronoun form of the subject. Now, this is the subject. The subject is already a pronoun, right? Now, what do I mean by pronoun form of the subject? Let's take this example. Instead of he, if I say Ram is here, right? Now this sentence is positive, it has an auxiliary. Take the auxiliary, make it negative. The pronoun form of the subject, the pronoun form of Ram is he, right? Now, suppose this was Sita. Sita is here, right? So, again,
You have an auxiliary, take the auxiliary, make it negative, right? Add the pronoun form of the subject. The pronoun form of Sita is she, right? So, for any noun, any given noun subject, you can substitute one of these pronouns. You can substitute one of these pronouns, right? So, this is for a positive sentence. Now, if the sentence is negative, and it has an auxiliary, the sentence has an auxiliary, take the auxiliary, make it positive, add the pronoun form of the subject, right? We'll look at two more examples. One is positive, the other is negative, right? This is the auxiliary, right? He can read, take the auxiliary, make it negative, and add the pronoun form of the subject. And the second sentence is negative, take the auxiliary, make it positive, and add the pronoun form of the subject, right? Now, this set of sentences has an auxiliary. Here it says, here it's can. Remember the auxiliaries are these, right? Suppose a sentence doesn't have an auxiliary. Now, in these three, the verb is a main verb. Here it is goes, here it is went, here it is go. These three are main verbs. So how do we form the question tag, right? To form the question tag for these, we need to use a form of do, right? See, the do forms are do, does, and did, right? So the do forms are do, does, and did. Now, how do we choose between them and how do we form them? Now remember, did is past tense. I did is, if I say I did my homework yesterday, it is in past tense. Now out of these three, went is past tense. Now, this is a positive sentence. It doesn't have a negative word. If the sentence is positive, take did and make it negative. Right? And add the pronoun form of the subject. Right? Okay? Now, here, between these two, this one has the S. If the verb ends in S, use does. The sentence is positive, take does and make it negative. Add the pronoun form of the subject. This one doesn't have the S, use do. Right? So, this will become don't and this is they. Ram goes there, right? This ends in S, so it becomes doesn't he, right? Ram went there. This is past tense. Didn't he? Ram and Sham go there. It's plural. It's a plural subject, so use they, right? So this is basically how you form.
Positive sentences, right, sir?
These are positive sentences.
Negative sentence example.
Okay, so that actually, see, negative sentences, right? So keep this in mind. I'll erase this part, right? Now, okay. Forming of negative sentences is also similar to this. Okay? Forming of negative sentences is also similar to this. Now, here we have Ram goes there. Now you want to form the negative of this, right? Ram, okay, goes there. Now, you want to form the negative. Let us say, we'll take the other two also. Ram went there, right? And Ram and shall go there. Right? Now, okay? So you have to add the question tag. Now we want to make this negative. Again, how do you make it negative? You have to use a do form. One of do, does, or did. Right? Okay. So see, Ram goes, it has S. Ram does not go there. Right? Now this is past tense. Ram did not go there. Right? And this is plural, so we'll say Ram and Shyam do not go there. Right? So this is how we form the negative. Right? Why? Because see, let's suppose you have a sentence. He is here. We'll take the same sentence.
Yeah.
Now where do you have the negative word? You add it after the auxiliary. He is not here. Right? So in all these sentences you see you have an auxiliary. Right? You add the negative word after the auxiliary. Right? Now, okay, one point you need to keep in mind is, see, here it is goes, but here it is does not go. Here it is went, but here it is did not go. So here it is go, but here it is do not go. Now what does it mean? Once you bring in a do form, then what happens? You add a main verb, right? You add a main verb.
Base form.
The main verb is always in what is called
Base form.
base form, right? So, for example, go is in the base form, right? The main verb is in the base form. What do you mean by the base form? The base form doesn't have any suffixes, right? Does not have any suffixes, right?
And it will be V1 form only.
It will be in V1 form, right?
No,
V1.
V2,
Okay,
V3.
so it is go and goes.
Present participle.
This is the base form, right? Okay.
And no
No.
suffixes.
No suffix, right? So it doesn't have a suffix, right? Now, how do you form the question tag for this? Ram goes there. Now you have an auxiliary, right? So take the auxiliary and make, this is a negative sentence. Ram does not go there. Make it positive,
Does.
right? Does he, right? Now, Ram did not go there. It's a negative sentence. Did he, right? Ram and Shyam do not go there. Do they, right? So, okay. So these are the question tags for the negative sentence, and these are the question tags for the positive sentences without an auxiliary. If the sentences only have a main verb, this is how you form the question tags. Now, just as a sort of a little bit of detail, okay? Now, see, here, so we can examine it like this, right? Now, you know that a verb which has S or ES, for example, go plus ES, right? It is described as singular, right? It's described as singular. And a verb which does not have an S or ES is described as plural, right? This is the topic of subject-verb agreement. So see, Ram goes there, it is singular, subject is singular, verb is singular, okay? So, this one, okay? Does is also singular, right? Does is also singular because it has the yes, right? They go there, okay? So this is, so see, Ram goes there, it is singular, subject is singular, verb is singular, okay? So this one, okay? You- does is also singular, right? Does is also singular because it has the yes, right? They go there, okay? So this is plural, this is plural. So do is do will, right? Past tense, no question of subject verb agreement, right? Okay? So this is the bit of detail. So that is it about question tags. Okay? Thank you, Kusuma and Chaitra. Good afternoon, everybody. Today we're going to do the next, that is the last but one chapter in grammar for you, which is called linkers, or also known as conjunctions, right? As you know, conjunctions, they join together two sentences or two parts of sentences. And link, they join or they link together two parts of a sentence. Now, what we should do is, to find out the information about this, we go to Google search, right? Yes, all of you, certainly. You want? So, we go to Google search, type in conjunctions, and the very first result on the search results is this one, about Warden University. Now, here, what are we told on this website? Okay? So, see, first we're told about the basics of conjunctions. I'll read it. Conjunctions are parts of speech, right? They are one of the 8 parts of speech that connect words, phrases, clauses, or sentences, right? They connect together words, phrases. A phrase is a group of words, right? Clause or a sentence. We'll see what clauses are, right? There are 3 kinds of conjunctions. There are 3 kinds of conjunctions: coordinating, paired, and subordinate. So the 3 kinds of conjunctions are coordinating conjunctions, paired conjunctions which occur in pairs, and subordinating conjunctions. Okay? So first we can scroll down to the bottom of the page where we have this group, which is called, okay, which is called subordinating conjunctions, right? Subordinating conjunctions. Okay. So these are called subordinating conjunctions. So what are subordinating conjunctions? First of all, what do you mean by subordinate? Who is a subordinate or what is a subordinate? You know, in any organization, you have leaders and subordinates, right? So the subordinates, they follow what the leader says, right? So here, the word subordinating means it follows, right? So now, subordinating conjunctions join a subordinate clause to a main clause, right? And establishes a relationship between the two, right? So here, what are we told? We're told about clauses, right? We're told about clauses. There are 2 types of clauses. One is called the subordinate clause, and the other is called the main clause, right? So, subordinating conjunctions join subordinate clause to a main clause. Now, what do we mean by a clause. So, for example, I can write, okay, I have a chain. I've used this example many times before, but still I'll use it again, right? The example is I have a chain. Now, this is this makes sense on its own. If I say I have a chain, you will know what it means. And you'll see that it's got a subject. The subject is I, right? And have a chain is called the predicate, right? Have a chain is called the predicate. Okay. In the predicate, have is the verb. Have is the verb, right? So these are the parts of the sentence. It's actually a sentence. So a sentence which has a subject and a verb which forms part of the predicate. A sentence which has a subject and a verb which forms part of the predicate is called what? It's called the main clause. It's called the main clause. Right? Now I'll write another main clause. Okay? The chain is made of rope. So this is the second main clause. As you can see, here you have the chain as the subject, is made of gold is the predicate, and is the verb. Right? So you have two main clauses. Now I'll join these two. Right? I will say I have a chain, okay, that is made of gold. Right? Now, here I have joined those two sentences. So here you have, I have a chain. Now, this is a main clause. Okay. And the second part, that is made of gold. Now, that is also a clause. See, if you look at it, that refers to chain, right? So, that forms the subject of this clause. This is the predicate, and is the verb. So, you have a part of a sentence which has a subject and a verb, but if I come up to you and I say, that is made of gold, I come up to you and just say, that is made of gold, you will ask, what is made of gold? So this doesn't make complete sense. So it depends for its meaning on this. So this part is called a subordinate clause. That is made of gold is called a subordinate clause, and it depends for its meaning on the main clause, right? So what do we have? That is a conjunction, right? So that is called the subordinating conjunction, right? So if you come back to that website, I'll read that definition again. Subordinating conjunctions join a subordinate clause to a main clause and establish a relationship between the two. So there is a relation between the main clause and the subordinate clause. Okay? There are many subordinating conjunctions, but here are some of the most common. Okay? So what are the most common subordinating conjunctions? After, although, as much as though, because, before, how, if, not. So you have a number of subordinating conjunctions which you can access on that website. Okay. So next we're told, right? So I hope you got this, right? Okay. So there is this, right? And there is this. Okay? Okay. So, next we're told there are two ways to structure a sentence using the subordinating condition. There are two ways to structure a sentence using the subordinating condition. Okay. The first structure is main clause plus subordinate clause. Main clause plus subordinate clause. Okay, so what are the examples? The first example is the teacher administered the test. The teacher administered the test after giving instructions. Right? The teacher administered the test after giving instructions. So, just now we saw that after is called a subordinating conjunction. Right? So, once again, what does the subordinating conjunction do? It shows a relationship between a main clause. So the main clause here is the teacher administered the test, right? That's the main clause. And the subordinate clause is after giving instructions, right? So after this linking or joining these two parts, right? So next, okay, so this is one example. This is one structure, main clause plus subordinate clause. Now, we'll go to the second. Okay, sorry. So, the second structure is subordinate clause plus main clause, right? So this is structure one, main clause plus subordinate clause. Second one is subordinate clause plus main clause. What is the example given? Okay, after giving instructions, okay, the teacher, okay, administered the test. Okay? After giving instructions, the teacher administered the test. Right? So this is the second structure of a sentence. Right? So in both, you can see that after is the subordinating conjunction. Right? So now I will give another example. Right? I'll write another example. Right? Right? So, second example is an author must avoid bias if she wants to maintain a scholarly tone. Okay, so this is an example given. The subordinating conjunction is if, right? So, what is the main clause? The author must avoid bias. So, this is the main clause. The author must avoid bias. What does it mean? Author, an author writes a book.
and the author can be biased. He can be partial to one point of view or the other. But ideally, what should an author do? He should avoid bias. He or she should avoid bias, going for or against one point of view. Right? That is, you must have an impartial tone. So the author must avoid bias if she wants to maintain a scholarly tone. If the book has to look scholarly, she must avoid bias. Okay. So this is the sentence, and the subordinating conjunction is if. Now, what about this structure? If she wants to maintain a scholarly tone, if she wants to maintain a scholarly tone, the author must avoid bias. Right? Okay. So this is the same sentence with a different structure. So again you have the subordinating conjunction if. Right? So now, okay. On the website you can see other examples. Okay? So now we go on to the next part of the website. We go on to the next part of the website, which says, right? Which says, right? That as a conjunction, the word that as a conjunction or noun clauses. Okay, that as a conjunction for noun clause. So what is this that? That is the word. Okay. So it says here, okay, you can see it. One important use of that. One important use of that is for embedding. Embedding means inserting a certain type of dependent clause. A certain type of dependent clause called a noun clause. Now what's a dependent clause? So just now we saw what? We saw subordinate clauses. Okay? Subordinate clauses depend for the meaning on the main clause. Subordinate clauses are also called dependent clauses. Right? So one important use of that is to embed. Embed means to insert a dependent clause called a noun clause into an independent clause. It has to join, it has to embed, it has to insert a certain type of noun dependent clause into an independent clause. Okay. So frequently such that clauses serve as the direct object of the reporting verb. Now, this is the rule. Let's look at the example. Okay. So here the example. Let me just clear the background. Okay, so the example is Smith, 2015, reported that more research was necessary. Right? So this is an example sentence. Now what do we have here? We have an author called Smith.
The author wrote a book in the year 2015. It may have been a book or it may have been an article. In that book or article, okay, Smith reported, right? What did he report? That more research was necessary. And more research was necessary. Now what does it say here? It says one of the important uses of that, okay, is to embed. Embed means to insert, okay, a certain type of dependent clause called a noun clause. So this whole thing is called a noun clause. Now why is it called a noun clause? Because, see, if I say Ram has a book, the book, okay, belongs to Ram. Okay, Ram has a book, the book belongs to Ram. Here you have the two nouns. Here the noun comes in the beginning. It is in the subject part. Here the noun comes at the end. It is in the object part. So what is the function of a noun? The function of a noun is to come at the end or the beginning of a sentence. So here we have, okay, this is the noun. Research is a noun. It comes at the end of the sentence, so it is a noun clause. Because of this, it's a subordinate clause, and one of the important functions is of the word that is to embed or insert noun clause into the independent clause. Okay? So now here the reporting verb is that. This is called what? This is the verb. Okay. So this is the dependent clause and that is the noun clause. It's a subject. This is subject. Okay. So let's look at the second example. Right? Second example. Right? So the second example is the author's hypothesis. The authors hypothesize that there would be significant results. Okay? The authors hypothesize that there would be significant results. So what is the verb? The verb is hypothesize. Hypothesize means hypothesis is a theory. Right? So what is the authors? This is the subject. This is the verb. And this is the dependent clause because it comes at the end. So one of the main uses of that is to embed or insert a dependent clause into the rest of the sentence. Right? Okay. Okay, so that is one, that's something, okay, that's at the end. Now we'll go back. Right? So we'll look at subordinating conjunctions. Now we'll scroll up to what? To the paired conjunctions. Right? To the paired conjunctions. So, as you can guess, paired conjunctions come in pairs. Right? So what does it say here? Paired conjunctions consist of two words or phrases that help to make a point or establish alternatives. So they help to make a point or establish alternatives. So, which are some of the paired conjunctions we have? Both and, right? That's the first one. Okay? Not only, but also. Okay? Third is either or. Fourth is neither nor. Okay. So, what does it mean paired? If you come across, not only in the sentence, there must also be but also later on. Okay? If you come across either, then usually it's followed by or. Right? Similarly, if you have neither, it's to be followed by or. As you can see, these two help to establish an alternative. Either this or that. These two help to establish an alternative, and this one helps to make a point. Okay? For example, the project will cost both time and money. Right? Helps to make a point. The project will cost both time and money. Right? So either they can establish alternatives or they can make points. Right? So that is about pair conjunctions. Right? That is about pair conjunctions. Okay. Now, so the last one on this website, last type of conjunction is called, okay, the coordinating conjunctions. Okay? Coordinating conjunctions. Now, you can remember the very most common coordinating conjunctions from this. Okay? So this is called what? This is called mnemonic device. Right? Mnemonic device. So it's actually an acronym. Okay? So it stands for and, nor, okay, but, or, yet, and so. Right? And was is an acronym which stands for and, nor, but, or, yet, so. Right? So I think these fairly common. For example, when to use and, right? You know when to use but. So whatever comes here, but this is the opposite, right? So this, nor, this and this, for gives a reason. This or this, yet, okay? All this happened, yet something else happened. All this happened, so something happened. This is the result. Right? This is the contrast. These two are contrast. Right? These two add. Add means good and or good. Right? So this, okay, this and adds, but or yet shows a contrast, so shows a result, or shows a alternative. So does not. Okay? So you can look at the examples on the website to understand how these coordinating conjunctions are used. Okay? Okay? So now you can just turn to page 120 of the PDF, page 120 of the PDF, right? And you'll see that I have an exercise on this. So this question will come for 5 marks, right? It comes for 5 marks. So I hope all of you are conversant enough with English to get all 5, right? Okay? So this together with adjectives and adverbs should give you 15, right? So, and then with all the lessons we've done, right? So you should be able to attend the exam. Okay? If you have any doubts, you can message me on the group. Okay? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon everybody. Okay? So we're going to continue with the grammar for today. Okay? Now, in the chapter on error identification, you have a topic called subject-verb agreement. Subject-verb agreement, right? Now, this topic will go over some of the rules. Okay, we've gone over some of the information related to this topic. Today, we'll go over some of the rules. Okay, a few rules associated with this topic. Now, where will you find the rules? If you go to Google search, yes, go to Google search and type in subject-verb agreement. Okay? Now, in the search result, you come to this one. Walden University, the third or second search result. So you have Walden University, right? So if you click on that, you'll find the rules. We'll go over them, right? So remember, we'll start with the basic rule of subject-verb agreement. The basic rule of subject-verb agreement, right? So the basic rule is, if the subject is singular, the verb should be singular. Okay? But if the subject is plural, the verb should be plural. Right? So if the subject is singular, the verb should be singular. The subject is plural, the verb should be plural. Now, let's see. First, I'll tell you how to identify singular verbs. Right? Singular verbs end with the suffix s. Singular verbs end with the suffix s. Examples of these are is, has, does, reads, etc. Right? Singular verbs end with the suffix s. Okay. And what about plural verbs? Plural verbs do not end with s. Plural verbs do not end with s. Examples are have, do, read, write, etc. See, have ends in e, do ends in o, read. So, this is the basic way in which you can identify singular and plural verbs. Right? So, here, let's look at the examples given on this website. Okay, so for this rule, the subject is singular, the verb must be singular too. Right? What is the example? She writes every day. Okay, this is the example given. She writes every day. Now this one, she is called the subject of the sentence, right? She is singular. The subject is singular, the verb must be singular. So it requires the S, right? That is the first example. That is the first example given on the website, right? So second one, the subject is plural, the verb must also be plural. This rule. If the subject is plural, the verb must also be plural. What is the example given? They write every day. Right? This is the example given. So, they is plural, write is plural because it does not end in S. Right? So, now this is the basic rule. Okay? So next we'll look at some of the other rules. So remember, if the verb ends in S, it is taken as singular. It does not end in S, it is taken as plural. Okay? Now, third rule, that is stated on the website. Okay? The third rule states, when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more pronouns, when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by and, use a plural verb. So what is the example given? We have the student, okay, and the members, right? Student and the members write every day. Okay. Now this is the example given, almost, right? It's a paraphrase. So here, what does the rule say? The subject of the sentence. What is the subject of the sentence? I'll underline it. This is the subject of the sentence. Okay? When the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more members. Okay? Two or more nouns. This is one noun, this is the second noun. So see, now I'll read the sentence, the rule again. When the subject of the sentence is the student and the members. When the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns. Now, the student is one noun and the members is the second noun. It's composed of two or more nouns or pronouns. It can be pronouns. He and they. Right? Composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by and. So this is the connecting word. This is the conjunction. When the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns connected by and, the verb is plural. Right? So let's suppose there's one student and four members. So this makes it 5. So it's plural, so the verb should be plural. The third rule, right? So I am paraphrasing here because actually what the example says is the doctoral student and the committee member, isn't it? As you can see on the website, the doctoral student and the committee members. Nevertheless, it's the almost the same. Okay, so this is the third rule, right? This is the third rule. Now coming to the next one, when there is one subject and more than one verb, The verbs throughout the sentence must agree with the subject. Right? So, first I'll write the sentence, then we will, okay, go over the rule. Right? Interviews are one way to collect data and allow researchers, okay, to gain understanding of participants. Okay. So again I'm paraphrasing the example, right? So what does the rule say? When there is one subject, there is one subject in this sentence. The subject is interviewed. When there is one subject and more than one verb. Now the first verb is are, the second verb is allow. Right? When there is one subject and more than one verb in the sentence, the verbs throughout the sentence, must agree with the subject. Right? So the subject interviews is plural, the first verb is plural, the second verb is also plural. Right? So I'll repeat it once more. When the sentence has one subject and more than one verb, the verbs throughout the sentence must agree with the subject. Right? So, suppose this was not interviews, okay? Suppose it's not interview, suppose this was an interview. Now this becomes singular. An interview is one way to collect data and allows researchers to gain understanding of participants. Now what happens? The subject becomes singular, the verbs become singular. This is singular because it ends in S. This is also singular because it ends in S. Right? So that is the, okay, that is the fourth rule. Right? Okay. Now we come to the fifth rule. First I'll read it. The rule says, when a phrase comes between the verb and the subject, remember that the verb still agrees with the subject, not the noun or pronoun in the phrase following the subject of the sentence. Okay, now that is the rule. Now I'll write down the given example. Right? The first given example is the student as well as the committee members is excited. You can write down couple more others. Other examples given on the website. Okay? Strategies. Okay? That the teacher uses to encourage class participation. Okay? Include using where is it finding? Right? Okay. Now, these are the two examples. I'll number them to make it clear. Now I'll read out the rule. What is the rule? When a phrase comes between the subject and the verb. Now, the subject of the first sentence is the student. Okay, the subject of the sentence is student. And we have a phrase here. The phrase I'll put it in brackets is as well as the committee members. Okay, when a phrase comes between the subject and the verb, this is the verb. The verb still agrees with the subject, not with this, not with the noun or pronoun in the phrase, right? It does not agree with this noun. It agrees with the subject. So what you must be careful about is to identify the real subject of the sentence. Okay? Okay. So this is the subject, it's singular, this is also singular. Okay? Now,
how do you identify
how do I identify?
the subject in this kind of?
In this kind of sentences, one way is, how do you identify subjects in these kinds of sentences? One way is, the subject will usually come in the beginning, right? And the subject will usually be a noun or a pronoun. Okay, it will be a noun or a pronoun. Okay, so let's see how many nouns there are in this sentence. So the student is one noun, it's a common noun, and members is the other common noun. Now as you can see, the student is a singular noun, members is a plural noun. Now the rule states, when a phrase like this, as well as the committee members, when the phrase comes between the subject and the verb will still agree with the subject, right? So how do you identify a subject? Usually it will come in the beginning and it's a noun or a pronoun. Okay, now in this sentence, second sentence, okay, let's identify all the nouns. Strategies, that is the name of a plant, the name given to plants. Strategies is a noun, right? It's a common noun. So it is plural. Because it comes in the beginning, a noun comes in the beginning, this is the subject, right? And this one, that the teacher uses to encourage class participation. So this is the phrase that comes between the subject and the verb. Okay. Now as you can see, this noun is plural. So this verb does not have the S. Right? Now, again, within the phrase itself, right? Within the phrase itself, you have a noun. Now, this is a noun. It's a common noun. It is singular. But this subject agrees with this verb agrees with this subject. Teacher uses to encourage. So, this is the structure of this sentence. So, I'll repeat the rule. When you have a phrase which comes between the subject and the verb will still agree with the subject, not with the noun or pronoun in the phrase. Okay? You clear? Okay. So there are only, I think, 8 more rules, right? There are only a few more rules. Now, the next rule is, okay, the next rule is, I'll read the rule first. The sixth rule, on this website Walden University. Sixth rule, when two or more singular nouns or pronouns are connected by or not, use a singular verb. Okay, that is the rule. Now write down the example. Okay, so this is the example given on the website. Now read the rule again. When two or more singular nouns or pronouns connected by or not, use a singular verb. Now, when two or more singular nouns, so this is the first singular noun. Shared person is the first singular noun. The CEO is the second singular noun. When two or more nouns or pronouns, singular nouns or pronouns, are connected by or it can be connected by not. When two or more singular nouns or pronouns are connected by or not, the verb will be singular. Okay. So approve is approves, right? So approves ends in S, so it is singular, right? Okay. So these are two singular nouns. Okay. Now, the seventh rule, when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun, okay? When a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or not, the verb should agree with the part of the subject closest to the verb. It is also called the rule of proximity. Now I read the rule, I'll write down the example, and then we can understand with the help of the example, right? So the example given is the student or the committee members write every day. Okay? Okay. This is version 1, version 2. The committee members or the student writes every day. Okay, so these are the two versions of the example. Now read the rule again. When a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun. Now this is called a compound subject. I'll underline the compound subject in both the sentences. I'm underlining the compound subject in both the sentences. These are the compound subjects. When a compound subject contains both the singular and the plural noun. Now see, in this sentence, this is a singular noun and this is the plural noun. This is singular and this is plural. But in this sentence, this noun is plural and this noun is singular. Right? So I'll read it again. When a compound subject contains both singular and a plural noun or pronoun, it can also be pronoun, okay, joined by or not. Now here, these two are joined by or. They can as well be joined by not. Okay? They can as well be joined by not. the verb should agree with the part of the subject closest to the verb. So the verb, okay, here the verb is right, here the verb is right. The verb should agree with the part of the subject. Part of the subject. This is a full subject. It should agree with the part of the subject which is closest. So this is closest. So this one is closest. So this is plural. So this is plural. Now this one is singular. This is closest. This is singular. Right? Okay. Closest to the verb. What is this called? This is called the rule of proximity. Rule of proximity. Proximity means it's close, right? The verb agrees with the closest subject. Okay. So, two more or three more rules, right? Two or three more rules, right? Now we'll skip a few, right? No, we won't skip a few. We'll do the next one. This is the 8th rule. Okay? First, I'll read out the 8th rule. This will be the last rule we're going to do for today's class because the time constraint, right? So, I'll read out the last rule for today's class. And you can see the 8th rule on the website says, the words and phrases, each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular and require a singular verb. Okay, first the list set, right? So it says each one, okay, either, neither, okay, then everyone, okay, everybody, okay, anyone, anybody, okay, nobody, then somebody also, somebody, someone, and no one. Okay, now when the sentences have these words, right? When the sentences have these, the rule says, okay, these are all singular. These are all singular. For example, if I say anyone, let's suppose you have a group of students, let's say, a group of students in a class. Now if I say has anyone, how many do I mean? One. So this is singular, right? Now, what about everyone? Now, if you take the whole group as one, this is one group. So this is also singular. You can also see this word, one. So one means singular, right? And what about everybody? Everybody means, again, everyone or everybody is one group. Anyone or anybody, this is also singular. Nobody actually means nobody, zero, but it's also singular. Somebody has somebody, is also singular, right? Then no one. So this one, this word is indicates it's singular. Okay. So all these are singular and they take a singular verb. For example, you can say, has, take the verb like has. Has emptiness is singular. Has anyone done their assignment? Has everyone done their assignment? Has someone done their assignment? Has anybody or nobody, somebody, have they done that? Has somebody done their assignment? So all these are singular. This is also singular. So the verb should be singular. Now what about these? Each. If I say each of the children, okay? Each one of the children. Either of the children, neither of the children. Now, all these make the word. So let's suppose there are, let's say, four children, right? When I say each, it means one at a time. So this requires a singular verb. Okay, each one of the children also requires a singular verb. When I say either of the children, what do I mean by either? There are only two children. Out of those two, you're taking one. So the verb is singular. Right? Either means out of two, you're taking one. So the verb is singular. Neither actually means zero, but actually the verb is also singular. Right? So what do we see here? We see that, I'll read the rule again, the phrases each one, either, neither, everyone, anyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, someone, somebody, and no one are singular, being a singular verb. So these are a few of the rules found on this website of Walden University on the topic of subject-verb agreement. But really, what you'll get in the exam is far, far simpler than this. Much simpler than this. What you'll be given is one short sentence. It won't be anything like this. It won't be anything like this. You'll have one verb which ends in S, the other will not end in S. The verb which ends in S is singular, the other is not singular. You have to decide whether the subject is singular and choose the singular or plural verb as the case may be. Okay? So, thank you.
Hello everybody. Now we're going to continue with the explication of the lesson, the social responsibilities of scientists by the eminent philosopher and logician Sir Bertrand Russell. Right? We've already completed a part of the lesson. Now we are on page 52 of the PDF, in which part we have this subheading, affecting public opinion. That is a subheading. Now, if you look at the title of the lesson, the social responsibilities of scientists, you know that social responsibility means that it is a responsibility to society. Social means society. So, responsibility towards society by the scientists. And if scientists want to affect society, okay, if they have a responsibility towards society, then they must affect public opinion, right? The opinion of the public matters. Only then will society be influenced, right? So this part is called affecting public opinion. Now what does Sir Bertrand Russell say here? Modern democracy and modern methods of publicity have made the problem of affecting public opinion quite different from what it used to be, right? So how was public opinion affected, for example, in ancient times, during the time of the Romans and the Greeks? You know, the Roman Empire, it extended practically over the whole of Europe. So, if something happened in one corner of the Roman Empire, news of that event to reach the other corner would take weeks, if not months. So, affecting public opinion in the past was different. The issue of affecting public opinion in the ancient times is different. Now, in the time of Sir Bertrand Russell, how is public opinion affected? Right? Now it's the age of electronics, the radio, the television, the newspaper. Okay? This was in the time of Sir Bertrand Russell. So now what happens? If some event happens in one corner of the world, one part of the world, news of it immediately is spread to all the other parts of the world. Right? It spreads throughout the world because okay, of modern methods of communication. So I'll read that sentence again. Modern democracy and modern methods of publicity. What are the modern methods of publicity? As I said, the newspaper, the television, and the radio during Bertrand Russell's time. Modern methods of publicity have made the problem of affecting public opinion quite different from what it used to be. The knowledge that the public possesses on any important issue. So, every day at breakfast, the people read the newspaper. Every evening before they go to bed, they watch the news. Every day, they listen to the news on the radio. Right? So, the knowledge that the public possesses on a daily basis on any important issue is derived. Where do they get the knowledge from? Vast and powerful organizations. Which are those vast and powerful organizations? The press, the radio, and above all, television. Right? So that's how the public gets its news. The knowledge that governments possess is more limited. The governments are the administrative parts of a society. They carry out projects for the good of society. Right? So the knowledge that governments possess is more limited, says Sir Bertrand Russell. They are too busy to search out the facts for themselves, and consequently they know only what their underlings think is good for them. Okay? So the governments have ministers. The governments have ministers. These ministers, they are politicians. But these politicians, they are advised. For example, the defense minister will have a scientific advisor. Scientific advisor to the defense minister. Now, this scientific advisor to the defense minister, he will advise the defense minister on all important issues regarding to defense. Right? So the minister will then take he will then take action. He will then take a decision based on the advice given by the scientific advisor. So, governments, that is the ministers, how do they take decisions based on what the underlings of the subordinates. For example, scientific advisors, the financial advisors to the government. So what these underlings think is good for the government, that is what the governments will do. Right? Because ministers themselves, the government themselves, they're too busy to search out facts for themselves. So you can't expect a politician to become an expert in science. You can't expect an economics minister, finance minister, to become an expert in economics. Right? So whatever decisions they take, whatever decisions the ministers take, is based on the advice given by the advisor. So now what happens? Okay, facts which ought to guide the decisions of statesmen. For instance, as to the possible legal qualities of follower, do not acquire the due importance if they remain very in scientific terms. Now, one of the important issues during the lifetime of Bertrand Russell was nuclear war. After all, to towards the end of the Second World War, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed with atomic weapons. So, the issue of nuclear war was a serious issue, and the public ought to be educated about the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages, what is for, what is against nuclear. The public has to be educated about this, right? Now, nuclear explosions, they're studied by the scientists. The scientists have invented the atomic weapons. The scientists study all the aspects of the nuclear explosions. One of the aspects of nuclear explosion is called fallout. Fallout means once an explosion takes place, the radiation from the explosion, the radioactivity, will spread out into the atmosphere. It will spread for a radius of 100 miles from the place where the bomb was exploded. It will spread out for a radius of 100 miles, right? And the whole area will be affected by the radioactivity. Now, radioactivity affects life very badly. For example, it may make the soil sterile. Nothing will grow on the soil. Okay, no plants will grow. And if people are exposed to radioactivity from nuclear explosions, okay, it will affect the genes. So the generation which is born next, it will be mutated, it will be changed, it will be somewhat twisted. The face will be twisted, the arms will be twisted, because the genes have been affected by the radioactivity, right? So all these effects are there. Now, the public ought to be educated about the lethal qualities of nuclear fallout. The scientists have studied this nuclear fallout, but where do they publish their findings? They publish them in scientific journals. And you must know what scientific journals are like. Very complex journals, right? Full of very advanced equations, complex equations, right? You can't expect a member of the general public to understand what is in the scientific journal, right? So what happens? All the effects of fallout which have been studied, they remain buried in scientific journals, right? So what happens? The lethal qualities, the deadly qualities of fallout, the public is not educated about this, right? But they should be, because it's a serious issue, right? If the governments were to go to war, nuclear war, then nobody would be the winner. Neither side would be the winner. And the whole world would be, radioactivity would envelop the whole world would become sterile. And all the major cities would be vaporized, right? And also fallout would affect the whole world for a century or more. So no food, no people, right? All these legal qualities of many of the public may not know, right? So, for example, the facts which are buried in scientific journals, they acquire their due importance. These facts which are lying buried in scientific journals, they acquire their due importance only when they become known to so many voters. They become known to so many voters, right? That affect the course of the elections. So if one political party says, we support nuclear weapons, and another party says, we do not support nuclear weapons, then the public which is going to vote, if they have all the facts about nuclear weapons, they know all the facts, then the elections, the course of the elections will be affected, right? So, these scientific facts get their importance only when they affect the course of something like the general elections, right? Otherwise, what happens to all these scientific facts? They will remain buried in scientific journals Nobody will know about it, right? So here what are we talking about? We're talking about how public opinion is affected. How scientists should, should be socially responsible in educating the general public, right? Okay. In general, there is an opposition to widespread publicity for such facts. So Savartan Person says, there are people in society, there are forces in society which oppose the publicizing of scientific facts. Okay? For example, all the scientific facts about nuclear weapons, they are not generally publicized. Right? Where do these forces? Who opposes the publicizing of scientific facts? For example, this opposition springs from various sources. Opposition to the publicizing of scientific facts comes from various sources. Some are sinister, some comparatively respectable. Sinister means they're downright cunning, right? Some sources in society, some forces in society oppose the publicizing of scientific facts. Okay, some forces are respectable. They also oppose. Some are sinister, right? So he says, at the bottom of the moral scale, you know what a moral scale means? Moral means good or bad. At the bottom of the moral scale, the worst forces which oppose the publicizing of scientific facts. At the bottom of the moral scale, there is a financial interest of the various industries connected with armaments. Armaments are weapons, nuclear weapons, right? Now, if members of the general public knew the whole story about nuclear weapons, you know, now nuclear weapons, just to manufacture one nuclear bomb, it costs billions of dollars, right? It costs billions of dollars. And these companies which manufacture the nuclear bombs, what do? They stop the publicizing of facts about nuclear bombs. Because if members of the general public knew the facts about nuclear bombs, then they would say there would be a general outcry. Stop the manufacture of nuclear bombs. Right? They would say stop the manufacture of nuclear bombs. So, what happens? At the bottom of the model scale, there are these companies. They're interested only in the financial interest. They will make billions of dollars. But if those nuclear weapons were to be used, then millions of people will lose their lives. Right? So at the bottom of the model scale, there is the financial interest of the various industries connected with arms. Then there are various effects of a somewhat thoughtless patriotism, which believes in secrecy and what's called governance. So some people believe in secrecy. You should not publicize facts about nuclear weapons because the enemy will find out. So there are some people believe in secrecy, so they stop the publicizing of facts about nuclear weapons. Okay? And then there are some which want to be tough. If we have this number of nuclear weapons, then the others will be afraid of us. We are tough. They believe in toughness. Right? So all these three types of forces, one which is interested in the financial aspect, the other which believes in secrecy, the third which believes in toughness, all oppose the publicizing of facts about nuclear weapons. Okay? Okay? But perhaps more important than either of these is the unpleasantness of the facts. Okay, so unpleasantness of the facts. Just now I told you how nuclear war will affect society. Nuclear war will cause sterility in the soil. It will cause mutation in the coming generations. Radioactivity will cause mutation, changes of the features in the coming generations. So then there will be a worldwide vaporizing of major cities, right? So these unpleasant facts, right? So people just don't want to find out about this. They just don't want to find out about all these unpleasant facts. So what do the general public do? They turn to pleasanter topics such as divorce and illness. Now, they're hearing something about nuclear weapons on the radio, and it's very unpleasant, right? So what do? They change the channel, they change the station, and then listen to something about divorces or murders. Those topics are much more pleasanter than nuclear. So you see what happens. There are many aspects to the publicizing of scientific facts, right? So the consequence is that what ought to be known widely throughout the general public will not be known widely unless great efforts are made by disinterested people. Disinterested people, they don't have any interest, they just want to educate the public. Only if such people come forward, then only public opinion will change, right? Disinterested persons to see that the information reaches the minds and hearts of vast numbers of people. So, vast numbers of people should be educated. They should be disinterested scientists who are interested in educating the members of the general public. Only then will the discoveries of science be known to the majority of people. I do not think this work can be successfully accomplished except by the help of men of science. So, only men of science, only scientists can publicize facts about scientific discoveries. If you or I were to try to publicize a fact about science will not be successful because we don't know about science. So only scientists themselves, some disinterested scientists, they should come forward, they should state the facts of all the discoveries in terms which are intelligible to the majority. Only then will the public be educated. Only then will public opinion be affected. But if these disinterested scientists don't come along, then what happens? We'll have to face the consequences of the discoveries without knowing about them. Right? So, the men of science alone can speak with authority that is necessary to combat the misleading statements of those scientists who committed themselves to become merchants of death. So some scientists have committed themselves to become merchants of death. They willingly, they discover new weapons. They discover biological weapons. They discover germ warfare. They discover chemical weapons. Right? These scientists have openly committed themselves to become merchants of death. Right? Only if the other type, those disinterested scientists come forward and put forward to the public all the facts about these merchants of death, only then will society be protected. Right? Only then will society be safe. If disinterested scientists do not speak out, the others will succeed in conveying a distorted impression, not only to the public but also to the politicians. So these merchants of death, what do they say? They distort the facts. The facts are very dangerous, but they state it in such a way that they seem nice to the members of the general public. Only if the disinterested scientists come and they state the facts properly, will members of the general public will their opinion be complicated. Otherwise, the rest of them will succeed in conveying a distorted impression and the public will be misled. So all these facts affect the public opinion, the opinion of the public on matters related to science. Right? So we'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we are continuing with the lesson, The Social Responsibilities of Scientists by Sir Bertrand Russell. And here, today, we are in the last part of the lesson, right? We've already seen
the first three parts, right? The first three parts are over. Now we're in the last part, which is called obstacles to individual action, right? Obstacles to individual action. Now, what is this got to do with the title, the social responsibilities of scientists, right? Now, as we have discussed, scientists have a social responsibility. They have a responsibility to society. And in this part, we discuss what the obstacles to individual actions are, right? How the responsibilities of scientists at an individual level, okay? What are the obstacles? So, it says, right? Sir Bertrand Russell says, right? It must be admitted that there are obstacles to individual action in our age which did not exist at earlier times. So, by the way, it's on page 53 of the PDF, right? Page 53 of the PDF, right? So, I'll read it again. It must be admitted that there are obstacles to individual actions in our age which did not exist at earlier times. Galileo could make his own telescope, right? So we all know that Galileo Galilei in Italy made his own telescope, right? He did it at an individual level, and the result of that discovery, result of that invention of the telescope, it is being felt even today across the world. Many astronomers use the telescope, which the prototype of which Galileo invented, right? Now, the telescope has been enormously influential on society, and the telescope was invented by an individual. Now, today, if a scientist wants to do something at an individual level, what are the obstacles that he faces, right? What are the obstacles the scientist faces if he wishes to discover or invent something new for the benefit of mankind? Galileo invented the telescope. It was beneficial to humanity. Now, what are the obstacles that scientists face today? Okay, so continues. But once, when I was talking with a very famous astronomer, he explained that the telescope upon which his work depended owed its existence to the benefactions of enormously rich men, and if he had not stood well with them, his astronomical discoveries would have been impossible, right? So today, the author, Mr. Bertrand Russell, he was talking with a very famous astronomer of his time, and that friend of his, that astronomer friend of his, explained that the telescope upon which his work depended. Now, remember, the telescopes that are used today by astronomers, they are not like those which Galileo invented. They're the size of this room, the size of this building, right? So, the telescopes which astronomers use are very complicated. Because they're so complex, it requires a great deal of money just to set up a telescope, right? So the telescope upon which the astronomer friend work it owed its existence to the benefactions of enormously rich men. Benefaction, okay? Benefaction is a sum of money. A benefactor is one who donates. So the telescope, it required a lot of donations from enormously rich men before it could be built, right? And if he had not stood well with them, if that's impossible, right? More frequently a scientist only acquires access to enormously expensive equipment if he stands well with the government of his country. Nowadays, the equipment which scientists use, they're extremely complex. Like they use things like the electron microscope. Again, the electron microscope is the size of half this room, right? And they use telescope. They use all sorts of equipment which is extremely expensive. So, if scientist or a scientist, if one scientist or scientists together, okay, want to conduct an experiment using today's equipment, they have to stand well with the government of the country because only the government can afford such expensive equipment. Okay. Now you imagine, you see, we've heard of enormously wealthy people like Bill Gates and like Elon Musk, and in our own country there's so many, right? Now, those billionaires, they have never bought something like a fighter jet. They have never bought something like a nuclear missile. Why? Because these items of equipment, a fighter jet, an aircraft carrier, nuclear missile, all these armaments, all these things which governments buy. The government of a country is able to pay for the enormously expensive equipment bought that is necessary for the conduction of modern scientific equipment. So the scientists have to stand well, they have to be in the good books, they have to be friends with the government of the country, right? He knows that if he adopts a rebellious attitude, he and his family are likely to perish along with the rest of civilized mankind, right? If the scientists were to adopt a rebellious attitude, goes against the country. See, I'm not going to invent this weapon because I don't want this to happen, some negative effect. If the scientists were to adopt a rebellious attitude towards the government of his country, then his salary, his whatever he has would be taken away by the government, right? So, see, he and his family are likely to perish along with the rest of civilized mankind. Governments, they take it into their heads to build some weapon. They go ahead and do it in spite of all obstacles. Who is going to perish? Civilized mankind is going to perish because of some actions of some government. So he is going to perish, a scientist who adopts a rebellious attitude is going to perish, and the rest of civilized mankind is also going to perish. So it cannot afford to have a rebellious attitude towards the government. So it's an obstacle. It is an obstacle to individual action. A scientist may be humane. He may be inclined to think of the good of humanity. But if he adopts a rebellious attitude, then, okay, so there are obstacles to individual action in modern times. It is a tragic dilemma. It's a tragedy. It's a dilemma, is a problem, right? It's a tragic dilemma, and I do not think that one should censure a man whatever his decision. Whether the scientist takes a decision to support the government, to go along with the government's policies, or whether he decides to go against the government policy. You should not censure it. You should not say, you know, you are this such and such a person. Right? You should not censure scientists because their livelihood, their lives depend on the okay. But I do think, and I think men of science should realize that unless something rather drastic is done under the leadership or through the inspiration of some part of the scientific world, the human race, like the Gadarene swine, will rush down a steep place to destruction in blind ignorance of the fate that scientific skill has prepared. So here, the author is giving us a word of caution. He uses a biblical story. The biblical story of the Gadarene swine. Swine means pigs. The Gadarene swines were a herd of pigs which rushed headlong they jumped over the cliff and were drowned. So the author says here that the human race, if someone doesn't take a step, if some people do not take steps, the human race itself will be like the gathering swine. They will rush headlong. Humanity will rush headlong. Just as the gathering swine rush headlong, with the head first, they jumped into the water, right? Humanity itself will perish because of the things which scientific skill has prepared for it. Scientific skill has prepared a great deal of comforts, no doubt, great number of comforts, but at the same time, it has also prepared the recipes for destroying humanity. So unless some people take an interest and rescue people like governments and other scientists, humanity will perish like the gathering swine, just rush headlong towards its destruction. That is what the author is saying here, right? It is impossible in the modern world for a man of science to say with any honesty, my business is to provide knowledge, and what use is made of that knowledge is not my responsibility. So here, what the author is saying is, it is impossible in the modern world for a man of science. A man of science is a scientist. It is impossible for a modern scientist to say, my business is to provide knowledge. That was the original basis on which science was founded. It is to provide knowledge. So we discuss, how physics gives a knowledge of the physical world. A physicist discovers more and more about the physical world. A chemist discovers more and more about the chemical world. A biologist discovers more and more about the biological world. And a mathematician, all the scientists, their business is to provide knowledge. But nowadays, it becomes impossible for a scientist to say, my business is to provide knowledge, and what use is made of that knowledge. See, if you have some item of knowledge, the same item can be good and bad, right? Like I gave that example. You have a mobile phone. Mobile phone is a product of science, is neither good nor bad. I may be a good person, I use it for good. Another person may feel that you can do something else, he can use it for that. This is neither moral nor immoral. It's neither good nor bad. It is amoral. Science itself is amoral, neither moral nor immoral, neither good nor bad. So the scientists of today cannot say with any honesty what use is made of my knowledge. Whatever I discover, whatever I invent, what use is made of that is not mine. Because quite simply, the discoveries and inventions of science today, they have global effects, right? So nowadays what happens, it is the scientist is fairly involved in his discoveries or inventions. Okay? The knowledge that a man of science provides, so a scientist, the knowledge that a scientist provides may fall into the hands of men or institutions devoted to utterly unworthy objects. So, you see, the discoveries and inventions may fall into the hands of men or into the hands of institutions which have utterly unworthy objects. So they may use it for their own profit, they may use it for their own good, not for the good of society. I do not suggest that a man of science or even a large body of men of science can altogether prevent this. So it cannot be prevented. The discoveries and inventions cannot be prevented from being misused. But they can diminish the magnitude of the evil. They can reduce the amount of evil that is propagated by these utterly unscrupulous people who use the discoveries of science for their own purposes. Right? There is another direction in which men of science can attempt to provide leadership. Another way in which men of science can provide leadership, they can suggest and urge in many ways the value of those branches of science
of which the important practical uses are beneficial and not harmful. So what can the scientists, seniors, and what can they do? See, they can suggest an urge to the public. They can publish newspaper articles, they can give radio and TV programs, they can even publish articles on the internet nowadays, right? What they can suggest and urge in many ways is to use those branches of science. Okay, we have many branches of science. The branches of science, the practical uses of which are beneficial. So they can urge, they can set forward, they can educate the members of the general public through so many channels of communication, through so many forms of media. They can educate them about the beneficial uses of the discoveries of science. Okay? So they can reduce, so the members of the public will be educated about what is good for them and they'll probably use that for the good. So society will be benefited, right? Consider what might be done if the monies at present spent on armament were spent on increasing and distributing the food supply of the world and diminishing the population pressure. So the author gives illustration. The money spent on armaments, if you say the money spent on armaments, the defense budget of countries is 10% of the GDP of the country. See, 10%, 15%, those are normal percentages. The GDP means the gross domestic product. Okay, the gross domestic product of a country like America runs into $3 trillion. Now, 10% of that is something like $300 billion, $400 billion. So the money spent on armaments, the defense budget, 400 billion. So many billions of dollars worldwide. The money spent on armaments worldwide, if that was spent on increasing and distributing the food supply, if that was $400 billion annually, was spent on developing new types of food, developing new types of, food resources like rice, new varieties of rice, new varieties of crop, new methods of irrigation. If that 400 or 500 billion dollars was spent on increasing the food supply, or on diminishing the population rate, or somehow they would discover a way to reduce the population pressure. If that 400, 500 billion dollars spent annually were to be spent on reducing the population pressure, what benefits would result, right? So what is all the saying here? I see. When you say armaments, every day they're coming up with new methods of warfare, right? So they're not beneficial, they're harmful. So if that money was to be spent on beneficial things, imagine what advances would be made in society, right? In a few decades, what would happen is poverty and malnutrition, which now afflict more than half the population, could be ended. So poverty and malnutrition could be ended if the money spent on armaments were to be spent on increasing the food supply and diminishing the population pressure. So poverty and malnutrition were such great problems, they would be eradicated, they would be, removed, right? But at present, almost all the governments of great states consider it better to spend money on killing foreigners than on keeping their own subjects there. So all the governments of great states, what do they consider good today? They consider it good to spend money on killing the people of other countries, not on keeping their own people alive. They don't think about feeding their own people. They think about spending money on armaments to kill the people of other countries, right? Possibilities of a hopeful sort in whatever field can best be worked out and stated authoritatively by the person. So whatever possibilities there are, they can be worked out. All the possibilities can be worked out and they can be stated authoritatively with authority by men of science. Okay? And as the world becomes more technically unified, life in an ivory tower becomes increasingly impossible. So scientists, in the past he could live in an ivory tower. See, he's only interested in physics or chemistry or mathematics. His pure interest is in those subjects. It's like life in an ivory tower, isolated from the rest of society. He's not involved in whatever happens in society. But nowadays what happens, if a man of science is a physicist or a chemist, then his discoveries and inventions will affect humanity globally. So now, as life becomes more technically unified, in those days, in the days of circuit, it was radio, television, newspaper. Nowadays it's the internet. Who knows what will happen in the future? As life becomes, as the world becomes more technically unified, life in an ivory tower becomes impossible for men of science. Not only so, the man who stands out against the powerful organization controlling most of human activity is apt to find himself no longer in the ivory tower with a wide outlook over a sunny landscape, but in the dark subterranean dungeon upon which the ivory tower was erected. So here what the author is saying is that if a scientist is a pure scientist, then nowadays what happens, his discoveries and inventions, they will affect humanity, but there are powerful organizations which control human activity, like the governments, like the various ministries in the various governments. They control all the activity of the country. So the scientist, what happens, if he goes against these powerful organizations, then he won't be looking on his discoveries. See, his discoveries in maths or science, he's looking at them as though he's looking on a sunny landscape, right? From the height of his ivory tower, he's looking on a sunny landscape. It's not like that nowadays. Where will he find himself? If he really makes a discovery and he goes against the government, then what happens? He will not find himself looking upon the sunny landscape of his, I've done something great. He won't be feeling that. If he goes against the government, he will find himself in the dark subterranean dungeon upon which the ivory tower was erected. Right? So the ivory tower has got lots of both good and bad. Maths has got both good and bad. So somehow they will make him feel the negative things, right? So he's likely to find himself in the dark and subterranean. Subterranean means underground dungeon upon which the ivory tower was erected. To risk such a habitation demands courage. So to risk such a habitation, to face the whole of those powerful organizations, to risk such habitation demands courage. No individual can face whole government, right? To risk such a habitation, to go against the government demands courage. It will not be necessary to inhabit the dungeon if there are many who are willing to risk it. If there are many scientists who are willing to risk going against the government, then the numbers, there won't be so many disadvantages. For everybody knows that the modern world depends upon scientists. Now, if a large number of scientists go against the government, then people are likely to fall behind the scientists, not behind the government. The modern world depends upon scientists, and if they are insistent, if the scientists are insistent, they must be listened to. If a large number of scientists say, no, this discovery or this invention must be used for this purpose, a large number of them across the world say this, then they will carry the tide with them, right? We have it in our power to make a good world. So the author now ends on an exhortation. He urges us, we have it in our power to make a good world, and therefore with whatever labor and risk we must make it, right? Whatever labor and risk is required, we must do the labor and take the risk, and we must make a good world for ourselves. This is the outlook of Sir Bertrand Russell, and that ends the social responsibilities of scientists
I serve your turn. So, thank you.